Chapter 150. Sunbai let out a muffled groan. This spear directly pierced through his shoulder, breaking his collarbone, causing one of his arms to be completely crippled. He coldly said, "You are ruthless. If you kill me, you will have a death feud with our Sun clan. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will still be hunted down and killed." Xian Feng wasn't afraid of his threats. If he didn't have a master, perhaps he would feel uneasy, but even if he didn't, he still wouldn't let Sunbai go. At this point, he couldn't let go. This was a burden brought by Grandpa's enemy. It wasn't something he could avoid. Putting away the spear, Lei Xingfeng knew he could not get any more information. He said, "Uncle Ing, I'll leave it to you." Mad Eagle smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take care of it." Suddenly, the three of them shouted. They knew they could not escape. Lei Xingfeng said, "Uncle Tiger, take me to where He Eyes lives." Mad Eagle said, "You guys go first. I'll be right there." Tiger Love grabbed Lei Xingfeng and flew quickly. Mad Eagle sneered and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I'll send you on your way." Sunbai said, "You should have heard of the Hidden Sect. I'm from the Hidden Sect. You can't kill me." Mad Eagle smiled and said, "Who told you to provoke my little master?" "Sorry, I'm also from the Hidden Sect." Sunbai said, "My master is a monarch. If you kill me, he'll know." Mad Eagle frowned slightly. He suddenly laughed and said, "Interesting. What a pity. Who told you to chase after my little master? Even if there's a monarch, my family also has one. I believe that between monarchs, there will be negotiations. But you won't be able to wait until that day. Besides, would a monarch care about the conflicts between us? You're not a monarch's disciple. You should be like me. Well, maybe even worse." Sunbai was struck speechless. He was truly in despair. Feng Ying was right. He wasn't monarch's disciple, and his status wasn't even as high as Feng Ying's. He was just a small errand boy. A lot of his words were just to scare people. Mad Eagle smiled and said, "Goodbye, everyone." Dayton was extremely regretful. He regretted getting involved in such a terrifying battle. Before he could beg for mercy, he was killed by Mad Eagle. Feng Ying killed 3 people in a row. He looked around and found that the cultivators around him had all run away. Only then did he fly up, and a ball of fire fell, burning the 3 people to ashes in an instant. Lei Xingfeng and Tiger Love rushed into the residence of the Lord of Tilong Island. There was no one inside. Even the servants had run away. The house was empty. The floor was a mess as if it had been robbed. Lei Xingfeng sighed, "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter." He looked around but didn't find anything. Mad Eagle landed from the sky and said, "It's done. Feng, I think we should go back and tell the master about this." Lei Xingfeng nodded, and let's go back. At this time, there was no hope of finding Lei Xingyao. But he knew that Si Daneo was investigating his grandfather and sister. Mad Eagle looked at Lei Xingfeng's listless face and said, "Don't worry, Feng. Let's go back first and think of a way." Tiger Love also persuaded, "Yes, there's no point in being anxious. Aslan probably took your sister to hide. It'll be hard to find them quickly. Let's go back first." Lei Xingfeng said, "Killing 3 people should have cut off their clues to find my sister. But we don't know who's in charge of this. I was too anxious. I should have controlled the people on the island. I think the people who know about this have all escaped." Mad Eagle said, "We didn't think that they were targeting your sister. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation." Tiger Love said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave as soon as possible." Knowing that there was someone like Si Daneo, and that he was from the Hidden Sect, both Tiger Love and Mad Eagle became cautious. They wouldn't care about a normal sect, even a large one. But the Hidden Sect was different. Any hidden sect had many experts. Of course, by the standards of this continent, 7th, 8th, and 9th ring experts were the top in the sects of this continent. But in the Hidden Sect, such experts weren't rare at all. The two of them were experts. Naturally, they wouldn't make mistakes in this area. They urged Lei Xingfeng to leave. Lei Xingfeng looked around but couldn't find any clues. He said, "Okay, let's leave." F***ck. He couldn't help but curse. He was definitely unhappy. Mad Eagle squatted down and said, "I'll carry you." Lei Xingfeng didn't refuse. He laid on Mad Eagle's back and said, "Okay, let's go home. I'll talk to Master." The three of them just rose into the air. Before they even left Tilong Island's range, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. He shouted, "Stop!" Lei Xingfeng looked over. He had never seen this person before. It was a slightly fat, middle-aged man with a kind face. He blocked their way. Mad Eagle said softly, "Be careful, this guy is definitely 8th ring true body. Tiger, you're in front." He was carrying Lei Xingfeng. Once the battle started, it wouldn't be convenient. That person got closer and said, "Sun Buru, Heart-een Master. 8th ring true body master." Tiger Love said, "Sun Buru? Why are you blocking our way?" Sun Buru laughed coldly and said, "Where's Sunbai?" Lei Xingfeng understood. This person should be related to Sunbai. Tiger Love said indifferently, "Sorry, we killed him." Sun Buru's eyes flashed with killing intent. He said, "Give me a reason? Why did you kill him?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Put me down first." Mad Eagle and Tiger Love glanced at each other. Tiger Love said, "Let's go down." Sun Buru didn't object. He jumped down first. Tiger Love and Mad Eagle landed back on Tilong Island. Lei Xingfeng came down from Mad Eagle's back and whispered to Mad Eagle, "You two work together and kill him." Sun Buru stabilized himself and said, "Can we talk now?" In fact, he was also very afraid. His opponents were two 8th ring sages, and he didn't want to fight unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, he had to know the reason why they killed Sunbai. At the very least, he had to know if Sunbai had accidentally angered the two 8th ring sages and was killed. If that wasn't the case, then the problem was very serious. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love glanced at each other again. Their lips curled up as they pounced at Sun Buru at the same time. Sun Buru was shocked. In that instant, he understood many things. Their opponents were here for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked without saying anything. Even a 9th ring Dolo would have to dodge the attacks of two 8th ring Dolo masters, so Sun Buru wasn't stupid enough to take them head-on. His body seemed to be pulled by an invisible chain, and he suddenly retreated. His speed was so fast that Fengying and Sherhu's attacks missed. Boom! The attacks landed on the ground. Instantly, a huge cloud of dust rose up. The two's attack destroyed a third of the buildings on the island. Flames erupted up to 100 meters high. Lei Xingfeng cursed. His body flickered. His speed was also fast. He instantly flashed to the shore and jumped into the lake without hesitation. Even though he was a 5th ring true master, he didn't dare to be affected by the battle between 8th ring true masters. Sun Buru cursed. He didn't dare to fight with two 8th ring true masters. Without hesitation, he flew away. Tiger Love was prepared. He instantly blocked Sun Buru's path. The two exchanged a blow. Mad Eagle attacked Sun Buru from behind. Sun Buru was so angry that he screamed and fled to the side. The three of them fought on Tilong Island. In just a few minutes, the entire island was destroyed. Lei Xingfeng had already swam a few hundred meters away. He could see many small boats rowing towards the distance. They were all cultivators. They weren't stupid and knew that staying in the battle would bring them bad luck. They all ran away faster than rabbit. Lei Xingfeng suddenly jumped onto a small boat. Swimming in the water wasn't as comfortable as sitting on a boat. There were 4 cultivators on the boat. They were all low-level cultivators. The strongest was only a mill-wheel master. Seeing Lei Xingfeng get on the boat, the 4 of them were all from Tilong Island. They had seen Lei Xingfeng before and knew that he was a true master. The 4 of them had a tacit understanding. Seeing Lei Xingfeng get on the boat, The four of them jumped into the water at the same time. Lei Xingfeng didn't want to chase them away. Seeing them jump into the water, he couldn't help but shake his head. He was too lazy to say anything and went to the back of the boat. He took out a steel paddle and rowed away. Sun Buru roared like thunder. He dodged left and right in an attempt to escape. Actually, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love were also having headache. They felt helpless against an eighth ring cultivator who wanted to escape. One must know that their strength was similar. Even if Mad Eagle and Tiger Love teamed up, Sun Buru didn't want to fight head-on. They couldn't do anything unless the opponent fought head-on. But Sun Buru wasn't that stupid. He didn't want to fight head-on. He would dodge if he could and escape if he could. The three of them circled back and forth above the island, occasionally attacking. Sun Buru circled around for a full 10 minutes before he finally found an opportunity to escape the battlefield. He didn't even leave behind a single word as he continued to escape. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love couldn't stop him. They smiled bitterly and came back to find Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng saw Mad Eagle and Tiger Love land on the boat. He said, "That guy ran away?" The battle was too intense. The entire island was covered in smoke. He couldn't see the three of them clearly. However, he guessed that the two didn't succeed. If an eighth ring sage wants to escape, even a ninth ring sage might not be able to stop him, Feng Ying said. Haha, this guy got away. He's very smart. From the moment we started attacking, he was already planning to escape. With just the two of us, we can't catch him or even injure him. Unless we can restrict his movements, there's nothing we can do. Xian Feng also knew that with an eighth-ringed body, one's strength had reached a level where they could move freely. According to his estimations, only a higher-level practitioner, such as a true monarch, would be able to forcefully suppress them. People of the same level were simply unthinkable. Mad Eagle said, "We should leave as soon as possible. This guy must have strong backup. If a ninth ring cultivator comes, the two of us won't have a problem. But it's not good for you." Chapter 151. Lei Xingfeng nodded. "All right, we'll leave immediately." "Oh right, will this fellow be able to track us?" It had been a month since he returned to the secret hidden space, and Lei Xingfeng had always been depressed. His failure to find Thunderstorm and Lei Xian Yao made him very depressed. He basically stayed at home this month, consolidating his fifth ring body and studying. When he first returned, Lei Xingfeng purposely went to find his master Guqi and told him about his situation. Guqi only comforted him, but his wife Tangya asked him about Lei Xian Yao's situation and told him to find his senior brothers and sisters for help. However, Lei Xingfeng felt that he wasn't familiar with his senior brothers and sisters, and was too embarrassed to ask. Now, Lei Xingfeng's only thought was to reach ninth ring as soon as possible. At that time, he would have the strength to dominate the entire continent, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of people like Sun Buru. Lei Xingfeng sat in his room, and after a round of training, he let out a deep breath. He stood up and walked a few steps. After thinking for a while, he walked out of his room and quickly washed up. He changed into a set of white silk clothes and went to the courtyard. This was the core area of the secret hidden space, where Guqi, his wife, and his disciples lived. It was the best place in the secret hidden space, and it was very magical. It was as warm as spring all year round, so the trees here were evergreen and flowers bloomed all year round. Especially where the 9 disciples lived, each of them occupied a large area and had countless subordinates to order around. Although Lei Xingfeng was the youngest disciple, he was treated the same as the other disciples, with a large group of guards and servants. In his residence, even the servants were practitioners, and normal people couldn't enter at all. This was also why Lei Xingfeng wanted to bring his little sister back, because this place was really safe. If his little sister lived here, he would be completely at ease. Unfortunately, whether it was Yi or his little sister, there was no trace of them. The sky was blue, and Lei Xingfeng didn't understand what the secret hidden space was. This world also had a sun and 7 moons, just like the Wanxi continent and the Barbarian Gathering continent. The only difference was the climate, which was very suitable for humans. The air was very fresh, and the plants grew very well. Just like his courtyard, if no one took care of it, it would be full of plants in less than a month. The chief steward, AI-8, accompanied by Lei Xingfeng's chief steward, Ishanel, came in. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Uncle AI-8, what's the matter?" AI-8 smiled and said, "Master wants you to go." Lei Xingfeng said, "Master, why do you want me?" AI-8 shook his head and said, "I don't know. Go quickly." Lei Xingfeng said as he walked, "You can just ask someone to inform me." "Uncle, why do you have to come personally?" AI-8 smiled and said, "I happen to be on the way. I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Got it." Ishanel said, "The car is ready. I'll go with you. There are still some things to pick up." Lei Xingfeng went out and took the car, followed by a group of guards and servants. He gradually got used to being followed. At first, he didn't like it very much, but gradually, he began to enjoy it. This was a life he had never thought of in his previous life. He only cared about cultivation and learning, and other things were arranged by others. Anything, as long as he gave the order, someone would immediately do it, which made him feel relieved. Lei Xingfeng came to Guqi's cultivation room. Guqi stood there, his whole body rippling with inexplicable fluctuations. This kind of cultivation was incomprehensible to Lei Xingfeng. He could clearly see that there seemed to be a layer of transparent things on Guqi's body, which were constantly fluctuating, like ripples on the surface of the water. Especially the air around his head, the fluctuations were even stronger. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the fluctuations on Guqi's body gradually calmed down and disappeared. Guqi let out a long breath, opened his eyes and said, "Afeng, let's talk outside." Lei Xingfeng followed Guqi to the outer room. Guqi was a person who liked to enjoy life. Whether it was the buildings or the various daily necessities, they were all beautiful and exquisite to the extreme. This was because he had enough manpower and resources to squander. In this room, the floor was covered with a thick silk carpet, and there were extremely precious furs. The furniture was made of top-grade Japanese ash wood. Japanese ash wood was produced in hot and humid places, and its growth period was so long that it made people despair. It couldn't be used without hundreds of years. The best material was over 1,000 years old, and its color was light yellow. Once it was made into furniture, it didn't need any paint. The wood itself would secrete a layer of delicate wax, and at the same time, it would emit a very light fragrance. In this world, it was the best wood. Guqi let Lei Xingfeng sit down and said, "Afeng, yesterday your third senior brother came over." Lei Xingfeng said, "Didn't third senior brother go out?" Guqi said, He just came back, don't interrupt. Listen to me." Lei Xingfeng laughed. Okay, master, go on, hee." Guqi said, "Your third senior brother is preparing to go to Hanya Castle, and he plans to bring a few people with him. Do you want to go?" Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "What kind of place is Hanya Castle?" Guqi said, "An outpost, another world." Lei Xingfeng didn't understand. Another world? Guqi said, It's not the world you were born in," Lei Xingfeng said in shock. "What the? I don't understand, how can we go to another world?" Master, please explain." Guqi scolded with a smile. "Explain my ass." Lei Xingfeng said, Master, I'm curious." He despised himself for acting cute. Guqi said, "The reason why we're called a secret sect is not because we're a secret sect, but because we have the ability to go to different worlds. This secret door is the door to other worlds, that's why it's called a secret hidden space. This place is a transit station. Without great power, it's impossible to open up such a space, understand?" Lei Xingfeng scratched his head and laughed bitterly. "I don't understand." Guqi said, I didn't plan on letting you understand. Lei Xingfeng was defeated, and said, Fine, I won't lose anything if I don't understand. Gucci said, Are you going or not? You can bring a few people over, let me tell you, this is an opportunity. Hanya Castle, the resources there are abundant, although it's dangerous, but the rewards will be good. You can also train your fighting ability, it's good to go and relax. He tempted. Lei Xingfeng suddenly understood. Master was afraid that he would be too bored at home, so he wanted him to go and relax at the same time. He thought for a while and said, Okay, I'll go. Gucci said, Hanya Castle doesn't produce food, only various kinds of meat. Other than meat, you have to bring your own supplies, also. It's very cold there, it's a world of ice and snow, and the natives there are quite fierce, you have to bring some guards. Lei Xingfeng nodded. I understand, Master. Yi and little sister. Still need Master to ask people to help find them. Gucci reached out and patted Lei Xingfeng's head and laughed. I understand, I've already asked people to look, this requires a bit of luck. Lei Xingfeng said, Thank you, Master. Gucci said, Go find senior brother. Third senior brother is Xian Zhaoluan. According to Lei Xingfeng, third senior brother is a love saint. After finding Xian Zhaoluan, Lei Xingfeng laughed and asked, Senior brother, you're going to Hanya Castle? Xian Zhaoluan said curiously, How did you know? Oh, did Master tell you? Lei Xingfeng laughed. Master said you're going, he asked me to go too. Xian Zhaoluan didn't mind. He sized up Lei Xingfeng and said in surprise, When did you break through? Good guy, so fast, hee. No wonder Master asked you to go, a true ring sage, it's much less dangerous there, and, in a few days, come find me. Lei Xingfeng said, Okay, what do you want to remind me of? Xian Zhaoluan said, You have to have enough supplies, especially wood for heating, it's too cold there, also, bring more food and vegetables, there's almost nothing to eat there except meat. Lei Xingfeng said, I'll remember. What else do you need? Xian Zhaoluan said, Actually, there's a lot of good stuff there, but you need to go to the wilderness to find it. Go ask Old Eagle. He's been to Hanya Castle before, it's better to listen to his advice. Lei Xingfeng agreed, then left. Back home, Lei Xingfeng immediately called for Mad Eagle and Tiger Love. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love came to Lei Xingfeng's side. Mad Eagle said, Afeng, why are you in such a hurry to find us? Lei Xingfeng smiled. Do you know Hanya Castle? Mad Eagle's face showed a surprised expression. He said, I know, I've been there a long time ago, it's rare. You want to go there? Lei Xingfeng said, That's right, if third senior brother wants to go, you can bring us along. Mad Eagle wailed. Oh God, I'm going to that damned place again. It's cold and hungry. There's ice and snow everywhere, you. Fine, you're the master, you decide. Actually, he wasn't against going at all, he was just whining. Tiger Love couldn't stop laughing. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, Why is Uncle Ing like this? Mad Eagle sighed, he didn't say anything. Tiger Love said, He was only a third ring back then. He was brought to Hanya Castle, the most important thing was, he didn't bring enough supplies, the result. You saw it, he has a deep grudge against Hanya Castle. Hey, Old Eagle, you actually got a lot of benefits back then, during that period of cold, you became a fifth ring sage, it's very impressive. Mad Eagle rubbed his nose, he said, Damn! If I didn't level up quickly, I would have frozen to death, I can't bear to think about it. Lei Xingfeng said, Has Uncle Tiger been there before? Tiger Love said, I haven't, but I've heard a lot of legends. Back then, many of us died in Hanya Castle. Actually, those with one ring sage strength can go to the wilderness. Of course, you can't go too far, there's a lot of income there. As for Wanluan Sure and Mill Wheel Masters, as long as they don't leave the castle, it's not a big problem, as long as they have enough supplies, they can survive. Mad Eagle said, Nonsense, Tiger, you haven't seen the extreme cold there, if you're not strong enough, you really will die. Chapter 152. Lei Xingfeng said, AI, Uncleing, don't make it sound so scary. Since it's so dangerous, why do we still want to go? Mad Eagle said, You're joking. That place is a treasure trove. It's not a place you can go just because you want to. Although it's dangerous, if there's a chance, everyone will fight for it. As long as we're well prepared, that place is a good place for us to cultivate and gather materials. Lei Xingfeng said, What materials do we need to prepare? Uncle Ing, you should have a lot of experience. Mad Eagle said, Leave it all to me. I'd rather have more than enough. Tiger Love was still laughing. He knew that ever since this guy suffered a loss, he had always prepared a lot of food. Because the appetite of cultivators was very large, especially in cold places, the food consumption was even greater. If he didn't prepare enough, it would indeed not be enough. Mad Eagle knew what his old friend was thinking. He smiled and said, It's been a long time since I stockpiled large amounts of food. If I didn't hear a Feng say that he wanted to go there, I wouldn't have stockpiled food either. A Feng, to be honest, Hanya Castle is indeed a very good place for cultivation. From first ring to sixth ring, it's the most suitable place for cultivation. Lei Xingfeng nodded. All right, let's gather food together. There was a large amount of food in the hidden space, all kinds of food. The hidden space was the best place for plants to grow. In the outer layer of the hidden space, there were many ordinary people living there. They were all servants of the hidden sect, specialized in all kinds of production. Lei Xingfeng brought 2 guards here to collect food. Manager Ishanel personally brought a group of people here. They arrived at a large manor. According to Manager Ishanel, this manor belonged to Lei Xingfeng. Every disciple of Gucci had their own manor. Lei Xingfeng was no exception. He had 5 large manors and 17 small manors. There were tens of thousands of people working for him, all managed by the manager. Lei Xingfeng sometimes felt like he was in a dream. He never thought that he would have so many subordinates. Sitting in the manor, the head of the manor brought a large number of people to serve him. As long as Lei Xingfeng said what he wanted, the big boss would immediately organize people to gather it. A true master's hidden Luan space is very big and can store many items, but there is one thing, it can't be kept fresh for long periods of time. Fresh fruits and vegetables may not rot, but they will quickly dry up, so it can only store dry goods. If you want to store food for a long period of time, it will be more complicated. Lei Xingfeng wrote a list for the big boss. It was all dried vegetables, such as dried mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and so on. There was also a lot of food produced in the manor, such as all kinds of salted meat, sauced meat, dried chicken and duck, and all kinds of beans, mainly green beans and soybeans. Lei Xingfeng was surprised to find these 2 kinds of beans here. After the food was prepared, they began to prepare the fuel. It was mainly wood. There were a few special kinds of oil wood that needed to be collected in large quantities. This oil wood was very flammable and very resistant to burning. There were also various kinds of charcoal. A basket of 200 kilograms of charcoal. Lei Xingfeng asked for 100 baskets in one go. The 3 of them split it evenly, each of them had 30 baskets, enough to keep warm. The 3 of them were like locusts. Under the command of the butler Ishanel, all kinds of supplies were sent to the manor. Lei Xingfeng and the rest put them into the hidden Luan space. After busying for 3 days, they collected a large amount of food and supplies. Only then was Mad Eagle satisfied. After resting for a day, Lei Xingfeng brought Mad Eagle and Tiger Love to 3rd senior brother Xian Zhaoluan's residence. His butler Ai Sishan was already waiting at the door. Ai Sishan smiled. Little 9th Master, Master is in the room, please follow me. Lei Xingfeng said, 13th Uncle, what do you mean by little 9th Master? It sounds so bad, just call me a Feng. Ai Sishan said very seriously, I don't dare. Rules are rules, little 9th Master, you don't need to persuade me. Lei Xingfeng muttered, so boring. Among the housekeepers, Xian Zhaoluan's subordinates were the most strict and rigid. Their actions and words were all well behaved, and they never overstepped their boundaries. However, Xian Zhaoluan admired him a lot. In his third senior brother's house, Aic Shan had a very high status. Walking into the room, Xian Zhaoluan was talking to a girl. Seeing Lei Xingfeng come in, he smiled. "A Feng is here, let me introduce you. This is your 8th senior sister, Miao Ling." This was a very normal-looking girl. She was so normal that if you threw her into a crowd, you wouldn't be able to find her. She wore a light blue dress, her expression was indifferent. Seeing Lei Xingfeng, she smiled faintly and said, "Miao Ling, great true Luan Yin master." She was a true master with 4 true ring bodies. Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to be disrespectful and said, "Lei Xingfeng, treasure Luan Yin master." Miao Ling was shocked. 5 true ring bodies? Lei Xingfeng said, "I just broke through." "Hee, 8th senior sister, nice to meet you, please take care of me." Miao Ling said, "Amazing, you're 1 level higher than me. How did junior brother train?" She was quite happy. She had always been the youngest, she didn't expect a junior brother to come. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Master didn't want to take in any more disciples, he couldn't help it after seeing 9th junior brother. His talent is too good." Lei Xingfeng smiled and didn't say anything. Xian Zhaoluan said, "This is a rare opportunity. Junior sister Miao will come with us. She will bring 2 guards, a total of 3 people. A Feng, you'll bring 2 of them?" Lei Xingfeng nodded. "No choice, I'm too weak. I can only bring 2 experts." Xian Zhaoluan said, If that's the case, we'll go with 7 people. And never mind, I'll bring 1 too. Aic Shan, do you want to come with me?" Aic Shan said seriously, "Third master, I won't go. This spot is rare, let's give it to someone who needs it. And let Xiao Dia come. He has reached his 2nd true ring body for a long time. Going to Hanya Castle will be of great help to him." Xian Zhaoluan said, "You? Alright, let Xiao Dia come with us." Xiao Dia was Xian Zhaoluan's bodyguard. In fact, he wasn't much different from his disciple. He was a perfected one who was personally taught by Xian Zhaoluan. Because Xian Zhaoluan hadn't crossed the 9th ring and become a monarch, he couldn't accept a disciple. Miao Ling said, "Third senior brother, when are we leaving?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "Tomorrow." "Oh right, junior sister, have you collected the supplies? Especially the food?" Miao Ling smiled. "I've collected them long ago. Sister Hong helped me." Xian Zhaoluan said, "That's good. Don't go home today. We'll leave early in the morning. Just rest at my place for the night." Lei Xingfeng and Miao Ling agreed. Xian Zhaoluan let Aic Shan arrange their accommodations. Xian Zhaoluan's residence was huge and had many rooms. The next morning, everyone gathered and left with Xian Zhaoluan. Soon, they arrived at the ancestral master's residence. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Why are you looking for the ancestral master?" Xian Zhaoluan explained, "We need the ancestral master's help before we can go over." Lei Xingfeng said, "When did the ancestral master come back? I even went to visit him this time. Didn't he go out?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "He's been back for more than 10 days. You've been cooped up at home. Of course you wouldn't know." Lei Xingfeng said, "I just didn't want to go out. I was busy cultivating." Soon, the car arrived at the ancestral master's residence. Everyone followed Xian Zhaoluan into the room. Xian Feng followed behind and saw the ancestor. He had always been curious about this ancestor. The most eye-catching thing was that he didn't know how old this fellow was. In Xian Feng's mind, if this fellow wasn't 1,000 years old, he was at least 800 years old. However, his appearance was completely different. He looked extremely flirtatious. Sometimes even Xian Feng couldn't tell if this person was a man or a woman. Every time he saw him, a strange feeling would appear in his heart. The ancestral master, Wu Yang, saw the group enter and scolded jokingly, "A bunch of little brats. You just came back and you're already tormenting me." Lei Xingfeng was very good at flattering. He immediately went forward and said, Greetings, Ancestral Master. Wu Yang smiled. Not bad, not bad. You didn't slack off. Your cultivation speed is very fast. You already have 5 true ring bodies. Lei Xingfeng laughed. That's because I'm lucky. Wu Yang said, cultivation has nothing to do with luck. If you don't work hard, you won't be able to advance. Xen Zhaoluan and Miao Ling also went forward and said, Greetings, Ancestral Master. Xen Zhaoluan even specially thanked him. This time, we'll have to trouble you, Ancestral Master. Wu Yang jokingly scolded, Of course it's trouble. It's not safe to stay here. Wouldn't it be better to let your master open it? Why did you have to trouble me? Really? When Lei Xingfeng heard Wu Yang calling himself an old man, he had goosebumps. This guy's appearance was absolutely devilish. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he was a woman. He was too beautiful. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Not to mention that he was the ancestral master. His strength was enough to scare people to death. This was a person that needed to be looked up to. Xen Zhaoluan laughed. Master has matters to attend to. I can only trouble you, Ancestral Master. Wu Yang was only grumbling a little. He said, Follow me. The few of them followed him inside. He said, Are all the resources prepared? Going to Hanya Castle, you can't just leave whenever you want. If you don't prepare enough, you'll suffer. Xen Zhaoluan respectfully said, Everything is prepared. Wu Yang nodded. He brought them to a strange black door frame. Xen Feng was curious as he thought to himself, What is this plaything? A black frame? Miao Ling whispered, This is the secret door. Without a certain level of strength, it's impossible to open it. Lei Xingfeng didn't understand at all. This frame had the shape of a door. But strictly speaking, it was just a black frame on the ground. What kind of secret door was this? Wu Yang laughed. Feng, is this the first time you've seen a secret door? Lei Xingfeng said, That's weird. How can this empty frame be a secret door? Wuri said, This door is mine. Your master also has his own secret door. Once you surpass the 9th ring true body and become a true monarch, you can build your own secret door. At that time, you can enter all kinds of worlds. Chapter 153. Lei Xingfeng was dumbfounded. This was too miraculous. He asked, Grandmaster, are you saying that if I can become a monarch and create my own secret door, I can enter another world? Wu Yang said, That's right. Of course, there are still many mysteries. You can't enter any world just because you have a secret door. You need a lot of preparation, especially the creation of a secret door. It requires a lot of resources. Before that, you need someone to lead you in and help you. For example, your master, Lei Xingfeng said, If I can't become a monarch, then I can't create the secret door? Wu Yang smiled, Of course. A 9th ring true body is nothing. A 9th ring true body is only the minimum requirement. If you can't meet this requirement, then everything else is useless. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. No wonder. Wu Yang said, All right, your cultivation is still low. Hurry up and cultivate. Xen Feng was extremely excited. He had suddenly discovered a new world. With the training method his grandpa gave him, he believed that he would definitely be able to reach the level of a monarch. Xen Zhaoluan said, It's almost time. Wu Yang nodded. All right, I'm going to open the secret door. Feng, look carefully. First, opening the secret door requires yin rings. 2 yin rings at a time. As he spoke, he took out 2 yin rings. They were golden and looked very much like golden rings. Lei Xingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Up until now, he had never seen yin rings. He had luan rings and luanine rings, but he didn't have a yin ring. But when he saw the yin rings that Wu Yang took out, he felt a sense of familiarity. He was very curious and thought, I think I've seen it before. I've seen yin rings. Where have I seen them? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly remembered the ancient golden ring he got from the ancient hidden lun. Could it be that it wasn't a golden ring, but a yin ring? With a flip of his wrist, he took out an ancient golden ring and said, "Grandmaster, have you seen it before?" Wu Yang said in surprise, Ancient yin ring, where did you get it? This is good stuff." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If he didn't like gold back then, he wouldn't have collected these ancient yin rings. Back then, not only did Yi not recognize them, the others probably didn't recognize them either. They all thought that they were ancient gold rings, and never would they have thought that they were ancient yin rings. The two were only one word apart, but they were two completely different concepts. He collected a lot of ancient yin rings back then. Lei Xingfeng said, "I got them from an ancient hidden lun." Wu Yang said, "That's hard to come by. Feng, if you get more, trade some with me." Lei Xingfeng wasn't an idiot who didn't know anything. He took out a few dozen ancient seal rings and said, "Patriarch, there's no need to exchange them. Consider this my gift to you." Xian Zhaoluan was a bit jealous. He said, TSK, this flattery is really good, he. Wu Yang smiled and said, good child. If you have any problems in the future, come find me, I'll help you." Receiving the ancient yin rings, Wu Yang picked one up and lightly brushed his finger across the surface of the ancient yin ring. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the entire ancient yin ring became completely different, emitting a faint glow. He said, "This is a sealed ancient yin ring. If it wasn't sealed, it would be no different from a golden ring. If you're not an expert, you'll easily overlook it." Lei Xingfeng was stunned. There was such a thing? No wonder no one paid attention to it back then. If he wasn't a miser, he wouldn't have taken these ancient yin rings. Wu Yang said, "All right, time is limited. I'm going to open it." He put away the ancient yin rings in his hand, and pressed his own yin rings on the corners of the black door frame. Pressing one yin ring on each corner, the black door frame began to vibrate. The vibrations in the door frame gradually formed a silver film of light. Wu Yang reached out and hit the silver film of light with his palm. Then, he heard an extremely soft cracking sound. The silver film of light suddenly turned into countless tiny specks of light and disappeared. However, a picture appeared in the door frame. It was a picture of a world of ice and snow. Lei Xingfeng suddenly realized that it wasn't a picture, but an actual natural enemy. He could even feel the cold wind blowing in from the door. Wu Yang said, "Don't waste any more time, go in." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Follow me." He took the lead and entered the secret door. The others followed closely behind. Lei Xingfeng stepped through the door. Instantly, an extremely cold air invaded his body. He turned around, but there was nothing behind him. Suddenly, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love appeared out of thin air. It was a shocking sight. Then he shouted, "It's so cold! It's so cold!" He hurriedly put on the fur coat that he had prepared. Luckily, Lei Xingfeng had lived in Tiger Cliff Castle in this life. That place was also famous for being cold. Although it wasn't as cold as here, he quickly adapted. The one who couldn't adapt the most was Miao Ling. She had never lived in a cold place before. After entering, her feet were cold. Before she could even put on her thick fur coat, her limbs were already numb. Xian Zhaoluan scolded, "Why are you so stupid? Activate your defense. How long do you think you can last?" Miao Ling was scolded to the point that she didn't get angry at all. She immediately activated her defense. This made her feel slightly better. However, activating her defense consumed a lot of energy. She couldn't last for long. But in the short time that she activated her defense, she was able to put on her clothes. This time, there were a total of 8 people coming to Hanya Castle. Xian Zhaoluan brought Xiao Dia. Miao Ling brought 2 guards. One was called Hong Jia, a 9th ring sage. The other was Wei Jia, a 7th ring sage. Lei Xingfeng brought Mad Eagle and Tiger Love. Thus, in this trip to Hanya Castle, there were 2 9th-ringed, 2 8th-ringed, 1 7th-ringed, 1 5th-ringed, 1 4th-ringed, and 1 2nd-ringed. Their strength was unprecedented in Xianfeng's eyes. Only after Lei Xingfeng finished putting on his clothes did he have the time to look around. All he saw were trees. The trees here were very unique. Every tree grew perfectly straight. Most of them were as thick as a water bucket. There were a few branches, and the leaves were all reduced to needles. Lei Xingfeng was confused. Aren't there trees here? Can't we just cut them down and burn them? Mad Eagle laughed. This is steelwood. It can't be burned. It's a cold-type tree. Xian Zhaoluan said. This tree is a material for making weapons. And it can also be used to make some special boxes. It's also an excellent building material here. It naturally emits cold air. Lei Xingfeng said. If it's used to make furniture in a hot place, it should be good. Xian Zhaoluan laughed. That won't do. Someone tried it before. Once it's in a hot place, these furniture will keep releasing water droplets. Others might not understand, but Lei Xingfeng understood immediately. It was like taking out a bowl from the fridge in summer. Very quickly, a lot of water vapor would condense. He said, This tree is special. All right, senior brother, where is Hanya Castle? Xian Zhaoluan said, You can see it after passing through this forest. It's very close. Mad Eagle said, That's right. If it's too far, it'll be dangerous. It's very dangerous in this weather. Xian Zhaoluan waited for everyone to put on their thick coats before saying, Let's go. The snow here is very deep. If we walk, it'll be too difficult. Those of us who can fly carry those who can't. Mad Eagle crouched down and carried Lei Xingfeng, Hong Jie carried Miaoling, and Xian Zhaoluan carried Xiao Dia. They all flew up to the treetops and flew forward. Lei Xingfeng noticed that the sky was gloomy, but the ground was covered in a layer of white snow. Countless icicles hung on the trees, and strange roars could be heard from time to time. Because they were flying, everyone's speed was incomparably fast. In just a moment they flew over a mountain ridge. Lei Xingfeng saw an extremely majestic giant castle. Hanya Castle was a gigantic castle made of steel and ice. When this castle was first built, it was made of steel and then watered with water. Because this place was extremely cold, once the water cooled down, it would quickly condense into ice. This was how the castle's giant outer wall was built. It was said that it took a very short time to build a 100-meter-tall ice wall. After a few hundred years of expansion, Hanya Castle expanded from a small castle to a giant castle that occupied a few hundred kilometers. Just the ice wall alone had 9 layers. In other words, there were 9 city walls. Each city wall encircled a large piece of land. These city walls weren't planned. Instead, a group of people came. If they couldn't gain a foothold, they would invite a group of people who didn't have a territory to encircle the land and build the ice wall. Because the land here didn't cost money, as long as you had the ability, no one would care about how big the land was. And the ice wall was very easy to build. As long as there were enough steel and water, as well as enough fuel to melt the ice, it wouldn't take long for an ice wall to form. Therefore, the ice walls here were often shaped like fish scales, expanding outward. Inside the castle, there were countless small city walls, one after another, forming a maze-like city. Seeing this castle made of steel and ice, Lei Xingfeng was shocked speechless. It was too King spectacular. Xian Zhaoluan said, I have a piece of land here. I've already encircled it with ice walls, but I haven't built a house yet. When we get there, we'll have to do it ourselves. Mad Eagle reminded, Here there's no sense of community. Everyone fights for themselves. We don't bully people, but if someone bullies us, we'll immediately kill them. Xian Zhaoluan said, Yeah, it's very messy here. There are all kinds of people here. The language is also very messy. Everyone needs a common language. When we settle down, I'll teach you. In the sky, there were people flying by from time to time. Their speed was very fast, and they were trying their best to keep their distance. Miao Ling said, This place is very dangerous? Xian Zhaoluan said, Of course. If not, why would you need to have a certain level of strength to come here? If you're not a true master, you won't be able to withstand the cold, not to mention the killings of all kinds of races here. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, Senior brother, then why did you come here? Xian Zhaoluan said, I found a mine here. I need this kind of ore. Yeah, I also need everyone to help me mine. Yeah, this is one of the materials I prepared for the secret door. You guys need it too. Chapter 154. Lei Xingfeng finally understood, but he didn't have any objections. Although he didn't know what kind of material it was, but since it was needed for the secret door, then he needed it too. Preparing early and not preparing at all were two completely different things. Xian Zhaoluan said, Everyone be careful, we're going in. Follow me, don't fly around randomly. He didn't fly in a straight line, instead, he flew along the ice wall and quickly arrived at an empty space surrounded by the ice wall. Lei Xingfeng noticed that when they flew over the ice wall, he felt like he was being watched. It was very uncomfortable. This piece of land was about 1 mu in size, completely covered in ice and snow. The snow had almost reached half the height of the ice wall. The ice wall here was about 30 meters tall. When they landed, Xian Zhaoluan struck the air with his palm, creating a huge hole before they landed. Xian Zhaoluan said, Everyone stand still, don't move, I'll take care of it. In just a few moments, Xian Zhaoluan kept all the snow on the ground into his hidden Luan space. He was a 9th ring master. His hidden Luan space was huge. Lei Xingfeng and the rest couldn't compare to it. Xian Zhaoluan said, Building the house today, there's still half a day left, we should be able to make it. Lei Xingfeng, Miao Ling and Xiao Dia were all stunned. Lei Xingfeng was confused. Senior brother, this, building the house in 1 day? Xian Zhaoluan nodded. That's right, it won't even take a day, it won't be long. I've already asked someone to build the framework. Miao Ling was shocked. Senior brother, what kind of framework is it? Xian Zhaoluan waved his hand. A framework made purely of steel appeared in front of everyone. It was a very simple square frame, about 2 meters tall, 3 meters long and 3 meters wide. The so-called wall was a half-meter thick space fixed by steel, filled with wood fragments. It was a type of soft wood with many holes. Mad Eagle could not help but gasp in admiration. They actually used driftwood to fill it. After pouring water on it, this ice wall is definitely extraordinary. It can even block out the cold air. He took out a big pot and set up a fire to melt the snow. Lei Xingfeng finally understood that the buildings here were made this way. Even if water was a binder, it was also sand and cement. It was a very good idea. In this world of ice and snow, what better building material could there be? The 8 of them were all true human-level experts. Not only were they extremely strong, they also had their hidden Luan spaces. They didn't even need to use much strength. All the buildings had various kinds of steel bars and iron wires made in advance. As long as they were placed in the right place and fixed with iron wires, they would be filled with water. The temperature here was extremely low. As long as the water left the heating flames, it would freeze at an unbelievable speed. It only took less than half a day to complete the construction. After some slight repairs with a shovel knife, the steel and ice room was completed. The floor was also covered with ice. After smoothing it, wooden planks several inches thick were placed on top of it. The walls were also surrounded by thick wooden planks. Then, a thick animal skin cushion was laid on top of it. A large copper brazier was placed on top of it. A very comfortable room was finished. After Lei Xingfeng finished cleaning the room, he lit up the charcoal brazier. There was a special smoke outlet above the brazier. When the charcoal was lit up, the entire room became as warm as spring. A thick wooden door was installed and a thick animal skin curtain was hung. Since the entire room was made of ice, light could penetrate into the room and the room was not dark at all. Lei Xingfeng walked out of the room. To his left was Mad Eagle's room. To his right was Tiger Love's room. There were 3 rooms in a row. Opposite was Miao Ling and the other two's rooms. To his left was also a row of 3 rooms, Xian Zhaoluan's and Xiao Dia's rooms. One of the rooms was for everyone to gather and eat. To his right was an empty space. Xian Zhaoluan had already opened a door on the ice wall and installed a thick wooden door. Lei Xingfeng walked to his side and asked, "Senior, how do we get out of here?" Xian Zhaoluan smiled. "I have already opened the door. From here, we can follow the ice wall and reach the main road very quickly. However, if there's nothing important, try not to go out. Also, the effect of cultivating here at night is very good. If you have nothing to do, try to cultivate." Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, "Very good for cultivating?" Xian Zhaoluan smiled. "This is a sacred place for cultivating. If not, why would there be so many cultivators trying to come in? You will know when you try it tonight." Lei Xingfeng said, "I see." Xian Zhaoluan said, "If not for the extreme cold and the difficulty of coming here, many of the cultivators in the secret space would have moved here. Unfortunately, this place is too dangerous for low-level cultivators. Just the cold alone is too much for them to handle." Lei Xingfeng said, "I don't feel cold. Miao Ling just came out and said, 'It's not cold. I'm about to freeze to death.'" Xian Zhaoluan smiled. "It's okay now. When night comes, you will know what is cold." Miao Ling was already wrapped up like a dumpling. She even had a pair of fur gloves on her hands. She covered her face and only revealed 2 eyes. She kept saying, "Aya, what should I do, what should I do? I will freeze to death." Xian Zhaoluan looked at her strangely. He knew that Miao Ling rarely spoke. He did not expect her to be so lively here. This was not like her. Miao Ling jumped up and down to warm herself up. She said, I can't. I want to go back to my room to warm myself up. It's too cold." She then jumped up and ran away. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Senior sister Miao has never lived in a cold place before?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "She is from Hui continent. There are 4 seasons there. But, even in winter, the temperature is not low. Normal people can withstand it. Of course she is not used to it." Lei Xingfeng said, "Senior brother, how long do we have to stay here?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "Wait for the next time the secret door opens, then we can go back." Lei Xingfeng did not understand. "What do you mean?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "There is a limit to how long the secret door can be opened. It is not a place where you can come and go as you wish. It needs the right time and opportunity to open." Lei Xingfeng was surprised. "Ah? If it can't be opened in 10 years, then we have to stay here for 10 years? Xian Zhaoluan nodded. "That's right. In theory, that's right. But it is impossible for it to not open in 10 years. Usually, it can be opened in half a year to a year. As long as we don't miss the opening time, there should be no problem." Lei Xingfeng was relieved. If he had to live here for 10 years, he would really go crazy. That meant that he could not go back to find Ah Yi and his sister. Who knows what would happen after 10 years? He did not want to go back and find that everything had changed. "I didn't think it would be so troublesome," Xian Zhaoluan said. "Actually, if you have your own secret door, it would not be so troublesome. Your own secret door would not have too many restrictions. Borrowing someone else's secret door is always inconvenient, even if it is your own elder." Lei Xingfeng said, "When are we going to mine?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "There is no rush. Let's rest for a while first. Luckily, it is not the coldest time yet." Feng, you don't seem to be afraid of the cold." Lei Xingfeng said, "I grew up in the mountains of the barbarian gathering continent. The winter there is quite cold." Xian Zhaoluan suddenly understood and laughed. "Growing up in the barbarian gathering continent, no wonder you are more resistant to the cold than junior sister Miao." After chatting for a while, Lei Xingfeng came to the room where everyone was gathered. Not only were Mad Eagle and Tiger Love in the room, Miao Ling and her 2 guards were also there. This room was much bigger and the layout was different from everyone's room. In the middle of the room, there was a fire pit, a brick stove, and a long table. This was not only a place for everyone to gather and chat, but also a place for everyone to eat. Lei Xingfeng had just sat down when he heard a series of explosions coming from afar. Everyone knew that it was the sound of a battle. Xian Zhaoluan came in and laughed. Don't be surprised. Battles happen frequently here. Deaths are normal. You cannot be humble here. Once you start fighting, you cannot show mercy. Miao Ling laughed bitterly. I don't like to fight. Sister Hong, if someone wants to hit me, you have to help me. Sister Hong said, you can't avoid fighting forever. I can only protect you for a while, not forever. She patted Miao Ling's head. It could be seen that the two of them had a good relationship. Xian Zhaoluan said, it's fine here. We have more people and are stronger. Mad Eagle had been here before and explained softly, most of the people here are in groups of 2 or 3. There are a few strong lone travelers. Very few of them are in groups of 7 or 8. With the custom of everyone managing their own people, we are a powerful group. No one dares to mess with us. Mad Eagle's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him. Before he could finish his sentence, someone shouted from outside, Is anyone there? Come out and take a breather. Lei Xingfeng said, Is this considered a provocation? Xian Zhaoluan said, Yes. This kind of provocation was common in Hanya Castle. It was not even worth mentioning. If the cultivators here were weak, it would be hard for them to survive. Since everyone had nothing to do, they all rushed out. 2 men stood on the ice wall. No one knew if they flew up or quietly climbed up. What surprised Lei Xingfeng was not this, but the 2 of them were wearing thin leather armor. A long fur belt hung around their neck. Their thick arms were bare. Both of them had big faces and thick beard. Their arms were also covered with thick hair. Both of them were holding weapons. One of them was holding a huge axe, while the other was holding a sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was no different from a water bucket, and they were both over 2 meters tall. That kind of terrifying and valiant aura was simply overwhelming. Xian Zhaoluan laughed when he came out. He said, 2 bastards, get down here. What made everyone's eyeballs drop to the ground was that the 2 of them actually jumped down from the ice wall. They landed on the ground and made 2 loud sounds. Then the 2 of them came to Xian Zhaoluan and gave him a bear hug. Immediately, Xian Zhaoluan's shadow disappeared. They heard Xian Zhaoluan's muffled voice, Are you trying to suffocate me? Let go. Fengying was a bit surprised. These are the local aboriginals. They're definitely powerful aboriginals. They don't fear the cold and their bodies are like steel. Their strength is shocking. Their only weakness is that they can't fly. Their strength is very famous in Hanya Castle. Even high-level practitioners don't want to be enemies with them. Chapter 155. Xian Zhaoluan laughed. My friends, I asked them to look after this small courtyard. They probably saw us building a house and thought it was someone else's cultivator, so they came to find trouble, hee. Lei Xingfeng was very interested in these 2 ferocious-looking guys. He said, Senior brother, introduce them. Are these 2 ferocious guys locals? Xian Zhaoluan laughed. Chuizi, Kuang Fu, and they are both locals, very powerful guys, hee. Saying that, he introduced everyone present to them. Chuizi waved the huge steel hammer in his hand, and said in a low muffled voice, Since they are Big Brother Xian's friends, then they are my Chuizi's friends. If you have any problems in the future, just look for me, I will definitely help. Kuang Fu also waved his huge axe and said, Just call me Fu too. Then, the 2 of them looked at Xian Zhaoluan anxiously. Everyone was frightened by the resentment in their eyes, not knowing what they were up to. Xian Zhaoluan laughed helplessly and said, All right, we are preparing dinner, come and eat together. The 2 of them cried out in ecstasy, That's great! There's food. With this weird shout, Miao Ling was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. She muttered, "What's this? It's just dinner. Why are they so excited?" Chuizi said excitedly, come in, come in. Haha. Big Brother Xin is the best. I love Big Brother to death." Kwang Fu waved his axe and nodded, yes, I love Big Brother to death. Hearing that, everyone had goosebumps. These words were too ambiguous, especially from these two incomparably ferocious guys. To say such words from their mouths, it was even more unbearable. Xian Zhaoluan shook his head helplessly. The natives here were very clear about love and hate. If they liked you, they would do anything. If they didn't like you, they would use their weapons to attack. These were two extremes. Their personalities were straightforward. They did not have many tricks up their sleeves. They would say one thing, two things. If they loved someone, they would love someone. If they wanted to kill someone, they would kill someone. They would not be pretentious at all. Returning to the room, there was already a big pot of stew on the charcoal brazier. It was a pot of stew. There was a mess of all kinds, fresh meat, soy sauce meat and dried chicken and duck, all kinds of dried bamboo shoots and mushrooms. They were all placed in the pot. There was even a large amount of chili, gurgling and releasing a strong aroma. Chuizi ran to the side of the pot. He could not help but drool. He said, "Is it cooked? Is it cooked? I am so hungry." Kwang Fong put the axe in his hand next to the pot. He sat on it, his eyes fixed on the boiling soup, and said, "It smells so good, really good." Just like that, the two of them sat in front of the huge copper pot, swallowing their saliva madly. Their appearance of starving ghosts made the crowd both shocked and amused. However, among these people, Feng Ying didn't have a strange expression. He explained to Xian Feng in a small voice, "It's normal. The natives rarely eat their fill. Their staple food is raw meat, but they prefer to eat cooked meat with spices." Lei Xingfeng also whispered, "They only eat meat?" Mad Eagle shook his head and said, "They also like to eat all kinds of grains and vegetables. It is just that they can't eat them." Sister Hong was the chef. This pot of chowder was made by her. Everyone was given a copper basin, which was the size of a wash basin, and there were 2 pieces of hard bread in the basin. Lei Xingfeng tore the hard bread bit by bit, and when the chowder was ready, he just poured it over it. This was an extremely simple way to eat. Chuizi and Kwang Fu were very familiar with this way of eating. The two of them did not tear the bread into pieces like Lei Xingfeng, but directly tore it into the size of a palm, and looked at the big copper pot eagerly. Sister Hong scolded with a smile, "You two bastards, you only know how to eat. It will be rotten in a while." Chuizi said pitifully, "Big sister, meat with a strong bite is delicious." Sister Hong could only smile bitterly. She picked up a big copper spoon, reached out for Chuizi's copper basin, and scooped a few spoonfuls of meat and soup, and said, "Eat first. Fuzi, bring the basin over." Kwang Fu said with a flattering expression, "Thank you, big sister." Sister Hong smiled, "You have to be polite when eating. Alright, let's eat." With the addition of the 2 natives, the dishes were definitely not enough. Sister Hong took out a big copper pot and started to cook the second pot of chowder. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Chuizi, the people I asked you to find, have you found them all?" Chuizi said with a muffled voice as he ate, "No, not all, including Fuzi. There are only 3 people." Xian Zhaoluan smiled bitterly and said, "You only found one person to help?" Chuizi said, "I can't find anyone, Big Brother. Recently, someone is wantonly hiring people. If not for the agreement with you, we would have gone too." Xian Zhaoluan immediately became nervous. "Who is it that is wantonly hiring people?" Chuizi said, "A very powerful guy. He brought 2 people and hired more than 10 people. He is preparing to enter the mountains soon." Mad Eagle was shocked. Enter the mountains? Are they crazy, entering the mountains at this time? The weather is going to turn cold soon. Miao Ling was shocked. What did you say? The weather is going to turn cold. Isn't it already very cold? Mad Eagle said, "It's not cold yet. The real cold is not here yet. Miao Ling immediately covered her forehead and sighed. Oh my God, it's not cold yet. Sister Hong, I regret coming here. She then jumped into Sister Hong's embrace. Sister Hong patted her back and smiled. Don't worry, with Sister Hong here, there's nothing to be afraid of. At most, we will not go out and cultivate in our rooms. Miao Ling said, Won't we be bored to death? Xian Zhaoluan said, Just train a bit, you are a cultivator, not a normal person. Miao Ling did not know what to do. She was lectured by her senior brother. Furthermore, it was her master who ordered her to come here, not her senior brother. Most importantly, she was curious and asked her master to come, so she could not blame anyone. With a crying face, she could not even eat anymore. She poured a plate of food to Chuizi and went back to her room. Chuizi suddenly got a plate of food. He could not help but smile and said, Little miss is very good. Fu Tu tilted his head and looked. He was still busy stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth and said, Idiot? Lei Xingfeng laughed. Hiring people to enter the mountains, for what? Chuizi said, Because we are not going, so they did not tell us. Xian Zhaoluan's face flashed with uneasiness. After a while, he said, Rest for a few days, we will enter the mountains too. Miao Ling muttered, I'm not going, it's too cold. Xian Zhaoluan said, Junior sister, you don't have to go, Xiao Dia will stay too, I will bring a Feng and Chuizi and Fu Tu will come too. Chuizi said, I'm fine with it. Fu Tu said, As long as there is food. I'm fine with it too. If Lei Xingfeng went, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love would definitely go too, so there were 6 people. This was already a great force. Miao Ling, who was guarding the house, was not a big problem with Sister Hong. After Xian Zhaoluan arranged everything, he said, All right, it's already dark after eating, everyone should go back and rest. Chuizi and Fu Tu were very satisfied with this meal. The two of them left after eating and invited Lei Xingfeng and the rest to their house to play when they were free. They stayed next door. Lei Xingfeng also went back to his room. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love stayed on both sides, the two of them following Lei Xingfeng to his room. Feng Ying said, If you want to go with Third Master, then the two of us will naturally go with you. However, we have to be careful when we go out this time. The weather will become extremely bad soon. Fortunately, we are well prepared. There shouldn't be any problems. Tiger Love said, I heard this place is a holy land for cultivation, even better than our hidden space. Let's try it out tonight, maybe I can reach 9th ring without using Yin rings, haha. Mad Eagle shook his head. Tiger, stop dreaming. Without the help of Yin rings, there is no way we can reach 9th ring. We already have no potential. The reason we reach this step is not because of our hard work, but because we have more Lun rings, Lun Yin rings, and most importantly Yin rings. When we reach 8th ring we have almost reached the limit, unless we use a large number of Yin rings to increase our cultivation, that's too extravagant, it's impossible. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, Uncle Ing, Uncle Tiger, how many Yin rings do you need to reach 9th ring? Mad Eagle smiled bitterly. Maybe 10, maybe 8, it's hard to say, but where can we get so many Yin rings? That's impossible. Lei Xingfeng said, I have Yin rings, but they are ancient Yin rings. I don't know if they can be used. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love looked at each other. They didn't understand. Lei Xingfeng took out an ancient Yin ring, the one he had kept as a golden ring. Before the seal was removed, the ancient Yin ring was a strangely shaped golden ring. The two examined it for a long time. Mad Eagle even tried to use it to cultivate, but found no effect. He said, Maybe we need to remove the seal before we can use it. If we want to remove the seal, we need to find Master Gu. Master Gu was Lei Xingfeng's master. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Maybe we can use the ancient Yin rings to exchange for some Yin rings that you can use now. If you can reach 9th ring as soon as possible, I'll be more at ease. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love felt Lei Xingfeng's concern and thanked him happily. They chatted for a while longer before leaving to cultivate in their own rooms. Lei Xingfeng waited for the two guards to leave before adding a few pieces of charcoal to the brazier. He stirred it with a pair of tongs, gradually raising the temperature. Only then did he sit down on the thick beast skin cushion and begin cultivating. As soon as he started to train, Xianfeng immediately felt the difference. This place was indeed very normal. The Luan Yinli in his body had already started to circulate quickly, gradually turning into Yinli, although the speed couldn't compare to the speed of training in a thunderstorm, but compared to normal training, it was at least twice as fast. It was no wonder that even though this place was extremely cold, there were still practitioners who wanted to come in. After a night of training, Xianfeng was pleasantly surprised. One must know that a thunderstorm was not that easy to encounter. He had thought that it would be easy to find one, but the number of thunderstorms he encountered could be counted on one's fingers. Although each time it would bring him great surprises, but training still relied on the accumulation of time and effort, as well as the hard work he put in. Chapter 156. The next day, everyone had gained a lot. During breakfast, even Miao Ling, who wanted to leave the most, stopped talking about leaving. A night of cultivation here was equivalent to a few days of cultivation in the secret hidden space, not to mention the outside world. The difference was too great. Xian Zhaoluan left in a hurry after breakfast. The others returned to their rooms and continued cultivating. Once they discovered the benefits of cultivating here, they didn't want to waste any more time. After 2 days of continuous cultivation, Lei Xingfeng felt that it wasn't appropriate to continue. At this time, Xian Zhaoluan had returned with a friend. He was also a 9th ring sage named Jin Dia. His friends called him Big Tooth or Big Tooth Jin. He looked like an old man with eyes that never seemed to open. He was extremely thin and small. When he stood next to Lei Xingfeng, his height only reached Lei Xingfeng's waist. The difference between the two was huge. However, Jin Dia was very polite to everyone, especially to Lei Xingfeng and Miao Ling. He even seemed to be trying to curry favor with them. Lei Xingfeng didn't quite understand. With Jin Dia's strength, there was no need for him to curry favor with him. In the end, it was Mad Eagle who saw through Lei Xingfeng's confusion. He quietly explained, actually, he's only trying to curry favor with you, because he wants the Yin ring. He knows that you're a disciple of the hidden sect and have a chance to get the Yin ring. Of course, he wouldn't dare offend you. Lei Xingfeng was confused. The Yin ring is only useful when one reaches 9th ring. He's already 9th ring, why does he need it? Without waiting for Mad Eagle's reply, Tiger Love said, it's not for advancing, but for prolonging his life. 1 Yin ring is enough for him to live for 2 or 3 more years. Lei Xingfeng was shocked. The Yin ring can be used like that? Mad Eagle nodded. Yes. Although Yin rings are extremely effective at prolonging one's life in the beginning, the more you use them, the less effective they become. Even so, 1 Yin ring can extend one's life by a few months. Think about it, these 9th ringed masters, who wouldn't want to live a little longer? If they could advance, then everything would be different. Of course, that kind of good thing is almost impossible. Tiger Love nodded. That's right. A true monarch can live for at least 2,000 years. It's just that advancing to true monarch is too difficult. Lei Xingfeng said, my master has 9 disciples, at least half of them can become monarchs, right? Mad Eagle gave a wry smile and said, if there is one, that would be amazing. Haha, if there are 2, that would be a miracle. Lei Xingfeng was secretly shocked. He didn't think that it would be so difficult to advance from 9th ring to true monarch. Xian Zhaoluan said, get ready. We're going into the mountain. Layers upon layers of snowy mountains. Looking from the foot of the mountain, it was a magnificent sight. The mountain was about 100 kilometers away from Hanya Castle. It only took about half an hour to fly. Because of the strong winds in the mountain, it wasn't suitable for cultivators to fly. They had to walk in the mountains. Of course, it was still possible to fly close to the ground. The wind here was very strong, and the whistling sound was terrifying. Whoosh, 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 it was as sharp as a whistle. When the wind blew on the body, it was like a knife cutting. Everyone was wrapped in thick leather coats, but even so, they had to slightly activate their defenses. It was just too cold. Lei Xingfeng was more well prepared. He wore a thick velvet coat for his underwear, and then a bull leather armor. This kind of leather armor was very special and could withstand the cold. Outside the leather armor was a beast skin coat, and on his head was a leather hat. This leather hat was like a cover, covering the head, neck, and shoulders. Only 2 eyes were exposed, and even the mouth and nose were covered. Even so, Lei Xingfeng was shivering from the cold. He walked with difficulty and complained loudly, "This wind, it's too damn cold." Chuizi laughed and said, "You outsiders are too weak. You can't even withstand this little bit of cold wind. Hee, if you encounter a white hair wind, you will probably freeze to death." These 2 fellows were very envious of the others. They wore thick leather robes with a thin layer of leather inside. Their hands and faces were completely naked. They wore a leather hat on their head, but it only covered their ears and the back of their neck. Lei Xingfeng wore thick leather gloves, and he was constantly releasing lightning. His hands were constantly flashing with little electric arcs, making a slight crackling sound. He was using this to warm his hands. Otherwise, they would be completely stiff. The snow on the ground wasn't thick. Because of the strong wind, the snow on the ground was as hard as steel. It wouldn't let people sink into the snow. A rope connected everyone together. The one leading the way was Chuizi, and the one at the back was Kuang Fu. The others were in the middle. Chuizi said loudly, "There's a cave under the cliff in front. We can only stop here today. We can't go any further." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Chuizi, you can arrange it. Don't ask me." Chuizi said loudly, "Okay. Let's speed up. We must reach there before dark." Lei Xingfeng muttered, "If we can't reach there before dark, will we freeze to death?" Mad Eagle said, "That's right. After dark, no one dares to move around in the wild, not even the locals." Lei Xingfeng said, "The locals, aren't they not afraid of the cold?" Mad Eagle laughed and said, "When it reaches a certain limit, even the locals are doomed." After walking for about 2 hours, they saw a cliff that reached into the clouds. It was covered with crystal-clear icicles, hanging layer by layer on the cliff. Chuizi said loudly, "We're almost there. Everyone, let's work harder. Hee, once we reach the cave we can eat." He was a foodie. All he talked about every day was eating. Therefore, he didn't need anything else to tempt him, just food was enough. Xian Zhaoluan was in front of Crazy Axe. Jean Dia followed behind Chuizi. Then there were Mad Eagle, Lei Xingfeng, and Tiger Love. There were a total of 7 people. The reason for this arrangement was that if they were in danger, Jean Dia would be in charge of Chuizi's safety. Xian Zhaoluan would be in charge of Crazy Axe's safety, while Mad Eagle and Tiger Love would be in charge of Lei Xingfeng's safety. Out of the 7, 4 could fly. It was enough to protect the other 3. The wind was getting louder and faster. Chuizi, who was walking in front, had to use a heavy hammer to support his body. The others were holding steel spears. With every step they took, they had to stab their spears into the hard ground. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain is close to death. The cliff wasn't far, but they still walked for more than an hour. Fortunately, they were all experts. The 2 natives were also quite good. They finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff an hour before the sky turned dark. After walking along the cliff for a while, they heard Chuizi cheering. He had already found the cave on the cliff. Chuizi shouted, "We're here. Haha, we can finally rest. I'm so tired." Even he couldn't take it anymore. They untied the ropes and walked into the cave. The entrance of the cave was covered with icicles like a curtain. However, there was a large piece missing from the side, revealing the entrance. Chuizi said, "Our luck is good. We didn't have any delays today. This is the most difficult stop. If there are any obstacles along the way, we will starve and freeze. Even he was extremely afraid of rushing through the night. Lei Xingfeng walked into the cave and immediately felt a warm breath. He grabbed his hat and let out a long breath. He said, "Wow, I can finally breathe freely. Damn, the outside air is like being pricked by needles." Tiger Love said, "Here, no one dares to stay in the wild for a long time. We are already very good." Chuizi laughed, "You guys are already very strong. Some foreigners don't even dare to leave their houses too far away. They are afraid that they will freeze before they can return to their rooms. Haha." The cave extended downwards. This was a very deep crevice. Cold wind still blew in from the entrance of the cave. Therefore, they had to go deeper into the cave to withstand the cold weather. They walked down the cave. Just as they turned a corner, Chuizi raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. Lei Xingfeng immediately heard a faint sound coming from the depths of the cave. Chuizi whispered, "There are people." There was a thick layer of ice on the walls of the cave. After turning a corner, there was no more ice. The dark green walls were covered with water droplets. This was the place where the cold and hot met. Not far away, there was a small pool of water. There was a faint sound coming from the depths of the cave. Chuizi raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. Xian Zhaoluan whispered, "Be careful. Someone must have come in before us." Kuang Fu whispered, "Let's see who it is first. There is no way we can retreat." Xian Zhaoluan nodded and said, "Try to avoid conflict. If there is no other way, don't hold back." Lei Xingfeng already understood the meaning behind Xian Zhaoluan's words. This place was the only place to rest for the night. They could not retreat outside. If they could not negotiate with the other party to share the cave, then they could only fight. They could either kill the other party or be killed by the other party. As for retreating to the wild for the night, it was no different from seeking death. The group carefully crept forward. Lei Xingfeng was puzzled. The other party did not have anyone to keep watch. Boom! A huge vibration came from the entrance of the cave. Xian Zhaoluan and the rest were all stunned. There was actually a battle inside. Everyone immediately quickened their pace. Since they had already started fighting, there was no need for them to hide and be careful. Lei Xingfeng was relieved. No wonder there was no one to keep watch. The battle had already started inside. This meant that two groups of people had entered the cave, and they were the third group. A huge space appeared, surrounded by countless hanging stalactites. In the middle of the space was a pool of water that emitted spirals of steam. Surrounding the pool was a bumpy ground. The two groups of people were facing each other across the pool of water. Two of them were fighting on the surface of the pool. When Xian Zhaoluan led a group of people in, they immediately attracted the attention of both sides. The two people fighting on the surface of the pool bumped into each other and gently flipped back. They stopped fighting and both sides stared at the new group of people who had just entered. Lei Xingfeng followed Mad Eagle into the cave. It was not dark inside, and he did not know what material was on the cave walls. The entire cave walls were suffused with a faint green brilliance, illuminating the cave. Relying on his sharp eyesight after cultivation, he could see everything in the cave clearly. There were not many people on either side. Lei Xingfeng counted. There were 4 people on the left side and 3 on the right side. Just like the group of people who had entered, there were a total of 14 people in the cave. Xian Zhaoluan's group was the largest. Lei Xingfeng looked very carefully. He noticed that there was an injured person in each of the two groups. Moreover, their clothes were very unfamiliar. They should not be locals, nor were they people from where they came from. The most peculiar thing was that there was a local in each group. They were all standing far away, looking like they were watching a show. Chapter 157. Xian Zhaoluan and Chuizi stood in front. When Xian Zhaoluan saw who was present, he let out a sigh of relief. He said lightly, "You guys continue, we're just passing by." It was Lei Xingfeng's first time seeing Xian Zhaoluan being so two-faced. He almost laughed out loud. What did he mean by "you guys continue passing by"? The two sides didn't dare to continue fighting. They knew that the people who came in were not to be trifled with, and their numbers were not something they could compare to. If they joined one side, then the other side would be doomed. They could also see that Xian Zhaoluan didn't want to interact with them. This wasn't the place to make friends, especially since these people were outsiders. Lei Xingfeng asked softly, "Uncle Ing, who are they?" Mad Eagle shook his head and said, "I've never seen them before. Those who have the ability to come here are not simple. We have more people and are stronger, so they don't dare to do anything. If there were only 2 or 3 of us, you would notice the difference." Lei Xingfeng said, "Will they fight?" Uncle Ing said, "Yes. They might even team up to chase us away." Lei Xingfeng said in disbelief, "If we join one side, won't there be no problem?" Uncle Ing smiled and said, "The problem is that you can't join. Look carefully, they come from the same place, and their clothes are similar." Lei Xingfeng glanced and had to admit that Mad Eagle's words made sense. Of course, they had the advantage now, so the other side should be afraid of them. The two sides suddenly said a few words, but Lei Xingfeng did not understand a word. Then, he saw the people on both sides retreat and sit down to call a truce. Xian Zhaoluan nodded and said, "Okay, let's find a place to rest. Stay alert." He was too lazy to pay attention to the other side. It was best if they did not fight. It was hard enough to come here, and he was not that crazy to fight again. Anyway, he had already intimidated the other side. As long as they did not attack, he would not attack either. The cave was very big, enough for a few hundred people to rest. There were only 14 people here, so they could find a big enough place to rest without disturbing each other. Cui Zi and Kuang Fu kept urging them to cook. After walking for a day in this kind of weather, the consumption was not small. No wonder Lei Xingfeng was extremely hungry. He said, "Who will cook?" Everyone looked at each other. Xian Zhaoluan raised his hand and said, "Although I can cook, the taste." Fengying and Shihu were about the same. As for Chuizi and Fudu, they were even more hopeless. The two of them were gluttons, but they didn't know how to cook. Their staple food was half raw meat, which they would eat after roasting it over a fire. The only reason they were willing to come along was because they wanted to eat something good. Jean Dia said weakly, "I know how to eat." Xian Feng laughed bitterly. He had always thought that his cooking skills were mediocre, and in his previous life, he was considered average, and in this life, he hadn't improved much, but seeing this bunch of unreliable fellows, he could only do it himself. At least the food he cooked suited his taste. "I'll cook. Whether it's good or not, you don't have to be picky. It's fine as long as it's edible." Xian Zhaoluan said, "I'm not picky. It's fine as long as it's edible." Mad Eagle and Tiger Love also raised their hands and said, "I'm fine with it too." Chuizi and Kuang Fu's only request was that the taste was good enough. They just wanted it to be a little salty. Ever since they ate the food cooked by foreigners, they liked it like crazy. No matter what they cooked, it was better than eating raw meat. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Okay, I'll do it." He took out a huge copper pot and set up a pile of wood. He filled the pot with lake water and lifted it up. He lit a fire. Suddenly, a red light flashed. Everyone sat around the fire and warmed themselves up. The other two groups were obviously not prepared for this. They also lit a fire, but they did not cook food. Instead, they took out jerky and roasted it for a while. Then, they began to chew on it. Lei Xingfeng put in fresh meat, bacon, dried meat, dried mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and some sun-dried fruit. He threw everything into the copper pot. He took out a salt bowl. The so-called salt bowl was called a salt ring in Wanxi continent. The salt bowl was about half the size of a grapefruit. It was said that this type of salt bowl was made by drying it in a groove in the rock. Forcefully opening the bowl of salt, Xian Feng's taste was very strong, so when he was cooking, he would add a lot of salt. When the water boiled, he grabbed a large amount of chili and threw it in. Instantly, a thick smell of meat filled the air. Chuizi showed an extremely covetous look. What was more unbearable was that this guy started to drool again. The drool dripped down the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Xan Zhaoluan grabbed him and said, "Damn it, I said. Don't come any closer. Do you want to drip your saliva into the pot?" Chuizi laughed foolishly and said, "It smells good. Come closer, I can smell it." Lei Xingfeng almost knocked over the copper pot. He said, "Don't worry, it'll be ready soon." Mad Eagle took out a dozen thick pancakes. They were all cooked pancakes, each the size of a pot lid and 2 fingers thick. The pancakes were as hard as brick. They had to be torn apart and soaked in thick broth before they could be eaten. This kind of chowder was not difficult. Lei Xingfeng could cook it easily and happily. Anyway, he just had to throw in whatever he could think of. After cooking for half an hour, Chuizi and Fu Tu were so anxious that they were stomping their feet. Finally, Lei Xingfeng said, "Okay, Uncle Ing, come and help." Uncle Ing held back his laughter and said, "Okay, I'll do it." Everyone held a huge bowl and ate until they were sweating profusely. The sound of food slurping was extremely tempting. At least the other 2 groups of people had murderous looks in their eyes. They wanted nothing more than to snatch this group of people who were eating and drinking unscrupulously. It was too infuriating. Just by smelling the rich aroma, they could not sit still. However, they all knew that this group of people was not to be trifled with. Fighting over a pot of hot broth was too much. If they did not have anything to eat, it would be fine. But with food, although it was not delicious, it could still fill their stomach. It was not worth it to fight over it. Lei Xingfeng happened to see the 2 groups of people. Their eyes were like wolves. He whispered, "Be careful, they don't seem to have good intentions." Mad Eagle said, "It's okay, we have a lot of people and are not weak. They won't dare to fight." Xan Zhaoluan said, "Let's try to avoid fighting. It will be troublesome if we get injured here." After cooking 2 big pots of chowder, the 7 big eaters were finally full. Chuizi patted his stomach in satisfaction and said, "Delicious, delicious. Little brother's cooking is not bad." Fu Tu also praised, "It's better than eating at Hanya Castle." Jean Dia slightly raised his head and said lightly, "It's very delicious." Then he went silent. This guy did not have any sense of existence. It was easy to ignore him. Actually, Sister Hong's cooking was not worse than Lei Xingfeng's. But she used less salt, while Lei Xingfeng had a heavy palate. He used a lot of seasonings and even increased the saltiness. These 2 guys also had a heavy palate, so of course they would find it delicious. Everyone leaned against the cave wall to rest. Lei Xingfeng continued to cultivate. The effect of cultivating here was very good, even better than in Hanya Castle. Of course he would not let it go. The 2 groups of people were also cultivating and resting. The 3 groups of people temporarily calmed down. Only the crackling of the firewood could be heard. After a night of cultivation, everything was peaceful. When Lei Xingfeng woke up, he realized that the 2 groups of people had already left. He asked, "Uncle Ing, when did they leave?" Mad Eagle said, "They've been gone for a while. It's time for us to leave too." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Yeah, I wonder how far we'll be going today." He stood up and tidied up his clothes and hat. Xan Zhaoluan had already tidied up and said, "Let's go. We'll be going through the Box Groove Glacier today. It'll be dangerous. Everyone stay alert and eat some dry food. There's no time to burn." Everyone took out some ready-made food, such as braised meat and other cooked food, and quickly ate. Lei Xingfeng was already prepared. He took out a rice ball with braised meat and quickly ate it. Everyone was prepared for this kind of dry food. After all, in the wilderness, there were many times when it was not suitable to start a fire to cook. After 10 minutes, Xan Zhaoluan said, "All right, let's go. We'd rather be early. We don't know if there will be any accidents along the way." More time, and we'll be more relaxed. He was experienced, so of course everyone listened. Walking out of the cave, Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "Hey, it's snowing." Xian Zhaoluan could not help but curse. Snow here was different from other places. Because the wind here was very strong, once it snowed, the snowflakes would be like knives. If the quality of the robe was not good, it would definitely be torn into pieces in the wind. Everyone was connected by rope. Hammerhead raised his huge hammer in front of his face. When the snowflakes hit Hammerhead, it actually made a clanking sound of metal colliding. Lei Xingfeng could not help but curse, "What the f***ck, so evil." He turned his wrist and a steel shield appeared in his hand. He said, "Uncle Ing, this is for you." Mad Eagle smiled and took it. He said, "You actually have this kind of thing." Lei Xingfeng handed Tiger Love a shield. He also took out a shield to block the incoming snowflake. Anyway, they did not need to look at the road. With the ropes to guide them, they would not get lost. Of course, that was on the premise that Hammerhead did not get lost. Mad Eagle said, "The road today is not easy." Lei Xingfeng buried his head behind the shield, and only stared at his feet. He followed Mad Eagle step by step. This road was several times more difficult than yesterday. Yesterday they could not stand the wind. Today, other than the wind, there was also the snowflakes in the wind. The snowflakes here were completely different from the snow Lei Xingfeng had seen in his previous life. It was even different from the snow at Tiger Cliff Castle. The snow here, more accurately, was ice. Not only was it hard, but its edges were also extremely sharp. The snowflakes hit the shield and made clanking sounds. Lei Xingfeng could not help but complain, "This is not King Snow, this is a knife. Even a knife is not that powerful." Feng Ying chuckled. "It's just snow. If it were hailstones, that would be unbearable. Of course, with our abilities, we wouldn't be afraid. But if that thing came crashing down, it would be scary. We'd have to rely on our defenses to block it." Chapter 158. Lei Xingfeng and Mad Eagle worked together. Mad Eagle's shield was in front of them, while Lei Xingfeng's shield was above them. Actually, with their cultivation, they wouldn't care about these snowflakes at all. Even if they were real knives, they wouldn't be afraid. However, their robes wouldn't be able to take it. If they stayed here for too long, they would be torn apart by the snowflakes. In a place like this, even they wouldn't be able to take it if they didn't have a thick robe. Luckily, they had a food that could block their mouths, so it was fine to talk. They just needed to speak loudly for others to hear. After walking for about 2 hours, Xian Zhaoluan said, "There's a shelter up ahead. Let's rest for a bit before continuing. We're about to enter the Box Groove Glacier. It's more dangerous there, so stay alert." Very quickly, everyone came to a crevice in the ice cliff. There were ice walls on 3 sides, and only the top and the entrance were empty. Seeing the snowflakes leave white trails in the wind, everyone entered the crevice. Instantly, the piercing coldness lessened a lot. Xian Zhaoluan said, "All right, take this opportunity to eat some dry rations and catch your breath. We'll continue." In a place like this, food was very important. As long as they had enough food in their stomachs, and were also cultivators, they could withstand the cold. Consuming food was better than consuming their Luan Yinli and Yinli. Luan Yinli and Yinli were the foundation of battle strength. If they were wasted for no reason, once they encountered danger, it would be really bad. Xian Zhaoluan was very experienced in this kind of thing. As long as there was a chance, he would make everyone eat non-stop. Everyone had ready-made food in their hidden Luan space. As for Tweezy and Mad Axe, they were prepared by Xian Zhaoluan. These 2 natives didn't have hidden Luan spaces, so they had to carry everything themselves. Of course, Xian Zhaoluan hired them, so they didn't have to worry about food. Lei Xingfeng prepared a lot of cold food, especially all kinds of sauced and braised meat. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love also prepared a lot of food. As for the half-dead Jean Dia, he also took out some meat to eat. Feng took out a roast duck. Red light flashed in his hand, and the whole roast duck began to steam. Before he could even take 2 bites, the duck was as hard as steel. In a few breaths of time, the hot duck was frozen solid. So, with every bite, Feng hand flashed. Lei Xingfeng wasn't that extravagant. The meat he took out was all processed. It was about the size of a child's fist, and could be directly stuffed into his mouth. Every time he ate, a small arc of electricity would flash in his hand, heating up the meat in an instant. After eating 10 pieces of meat and drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, Lei Xingfeng finally stopped. Actually, this was just to fill their stomachs. They didn't have time to stay for long. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Okay, pack up. We're going to enter the Box Trench Glacier." The Bogu Glacier was 120 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide. Luckily, Xian Zhaoluan and the others were going to cross it and not follow it. With their speed, they definitely wouldn't be able to walk 120 kilometers in a day. In this harsh climate, even if they were true masters, it would be a miracle if they could walk 80 kilometers in a day. In fact, in the glacier, walking 50 kilometers in a day would be considered a miracle. This was also one of the reasons why they didn't dare to delay. They had to cross the glacier quickly. As soon as they entered the glacier, Xian Zhaoluan gathered everyone into a small circle. He said, "Long story short, remember 2 things. First, walk as fast as you can, don't stop. Second, if you encounter any danger, no matter if it's a human or a beast, use all your strength. Don't try to kill the enemy, just force them back. Of course, it's better to kill them. Don't get entangled and don't chase after them. Remember?" Lei Xingfeng's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't ask. He only replied, "Remember?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "Okay Chuizi, I'll walk side by side with you. In narrow places you just need to lead the way. I'll be in front, you behind." Chuizi said straightforwardly, "Okay." When everyone was on their way, Lei Xingfeng asked, "Uncle Ing, are there wild beasts here?" Mad Eagle said, "Yes, and there are a lot of them." Lei Xingfeng was speechless. He said, "How is that possible? Even humans can't survive in this climate. How can there be wild beasts?" Before he came, he had thought that this place was similar to Tiger Cliff Castle. However, when he walked into the ice field, he immediately dismissed this idea. It was too cold. He couldn't think of any wild beasts that could survive in this climate. Mad Eagle said, "The wild beasts here, well, to be exact, they're not wild beasts. They're unique ice beasts. There are a lot of them, and they're very strong." Lei Xingfeng didn't understand. "We came all the way here, but we didn't see any of these, well, ice beasts." Mad Eagle laughed. "That's normal. Do you think that ice beasts are like the wild beasts in the mountains? They're everywhere. An ice beast's territory is at least 10 kilometers. In this kind of heavy snow, any smell will be blown away. Even if the 2 sides are 100 meters apart, it's hard to meet." Lei Xingfeng was actually a good hunter. He said, "In other words, unless it's face to face, it's hard to meet an ice beast." Mad Eagle said, "That's right. And even if it's a battle, as long as one side deliberately leaves, the other side will have a hard time tracking it. Most importantly, it's not hunting season now. Even if there are ice beasts, they're all hiding." Lei Xingfeng looked up. There were steep icicles and ice cliffs all around. The wind blew the snow down, leaving white streaks in his vision. He couldn't see clearly from a distance. He was a little confused. "I wonder how Hammerhead identifies the direction." Mad Eagle said, "So in the wild, there must be a local to lead the way and protect them." Lei Xingfeng said, "Oh, I see. I understand. So it's not hunting season." Lei Xingfeng pondered. Where would the ice beasts hide? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. He stopped thinking about it and tried his best to follow the team. Xian Zhaoluan rushed to the front. He held a shield in his hand. He saw Lei Xingfeng use a shield and thought it was good. He asked Lei Xingfeng for a steel shield. He didn't have such a low-level weapon. The cracking sounds kept sounding. Lei Xingfeng's scalp went numb. He couldn't help but ask, "What the F***ck is that sound? Why do I feel so creeped out?" Tiger Love said from behind him, "That's the sound of ice ridges cracking." Lei Xingfeng looked up and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "If this thing collapses, we'll have a hard time." Tiger Love laughed. "It's okay. There are 2 9-ringed and 2 8-ring people. No matter what kind of ice ridges or ice cliffs collapse, it won't be a problem. We just have to break them." As soon as he finished speaking, they heard continuous cracking sounds in front of them. Xian Zhaoluan's voice came from the front. "Everyone, be careful." The cracking sounds became more frequent. Xian Zhaoluan also became more careful. He was scouting the path in front. Even if the glacier cracked and fell, as long as he paid attention, it wouldn't hurt him. With his strength, it wasn't a big problem for him to block the shattered ice. Boom! A 3-meter-long, 1-meter-wide chunk of ice came crashing down from the sky. Xian Zhaoluan smashed it into pieces, and then another chunk of ice came crashing down. Everyone blocked in a flurry. Lei Xingfeng also waved his shield and smashed the ice blocks falling from above. Soon, everyone left the collapsing ice wall and turned to another path. When everyone turned to the new path, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. There were no more ice falling from above their heads. Unless that thing collapsed like a mountain, it was very difficult to pose a threat to them. However, with the ice falling from above their heads, if they were not careful and did not defend themselves, it was not impossible for them to be injured. Boom! Another ice wall collapsed and instantly blocked the path forward. Fortunately, most people were cultivators. Even the local aborigines weren't bad. The group didn't hesitate to step on the shattered ice blocks and quickly moved forward. Faint cries for help came from afar. Xian Zhaoluan shouted, "Faster! Faster!" Lei Xingfeng understood that they had to leave the cries for help as soon as possible. Who knew what those people had encountered? With their strength, although they weren't afraid of anything, it would be a big problem if they were entangled. Everyone understood this in their hearts. Therefore, when Xian Zhaoluan said to speed up, no one objected. They all sped up. Some of the crevices were directly flattened. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love protected Lei Xingfeng from the front and back. Although they definitely couldn't fly in the air here, they could directly leap over if they encountered a large ice crack without worrying about falling into it. The 7 of them shared a rope. Even if someone was lifted off the ground by the strong wind, they would be pulled down by the others. At first, the 7 of them walked in a line with some bump. However, it didn't take long for the 7 of them to gradually work together. If someone were to see them from the air, the 7 of them would look like a multi-legged centipede. They moved smoothly on the ground and moved at an extremely fast speed. They were very harmonious and coordinated. Dense rumbling sounds came from afar. Everyone felt the tremors under their feet. Xian Zhaoluan couldn't help but curse. He led the group to change their direction. Cracking sounds kept coming from all around them, making their scalps tingle. This was an instinctive fear. Even if the ice wall's collapse wasn't a threat to them, the fear that came from the bottom of their hearts still emerged involuntarily. As they left quickly, the ice walls around them gradually calmed down. Only the whistling of the wind in the sky and the crackling of the snow still lingered in their ears. After walking for about 10 miles, Xian Zhaoluan raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. He said, "There's a large ice crack here. Let's take a break." The 7 of them squeezed into the ice crack. Instantly, their ears became a little quieter. The whistling sounds weren't as piercing as before. Being able to avoid the bone-piercing cold made everyone feel a little better. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Let's eat something before we continue. It's too bad we can't drink hot soup. It's too damn cold." Even Xian Zhaoluan said it was cold. One could imagine how low the temperature here was. Lei Xingfeng said, "How far are we from here?" Hammer said, "We took a slight detour. We'll be able to cross very soon." Lei Xingfeng said, "Damn, this is the first time I've seen such cold weather. Even when Tiger Cliff Castle was at its coldest, it wasn't as cold as this. Not to mention normal people, even a sage with one true ring body wouldn't be able to last long here." Chapter 159. This time, they only rested for 15 minutes, but there was no other choice. This place was too dangerous, and they had to pass through it. There wasn't much time to waste. 15 minutes was enough for everyone to eat a bit of food. Xian Feng had already eaten 10 fist-sized pieces of braised meat. Of course, this bit of meat was only enough to fill his stomach. It was far from being full. Actually, Lei Xingfeng knew another way to replenish his energy. That was to eat sweets or just eat sweet. However, sweets were very rare in this world. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but that they couldn't find it. Of course, there were sweets, mostly made from honey. There were many places in this world that produced honey, and there were many varieties. After coming out of the ice crevice, everyone resumed their journey. Everyone felt much better. Once they lacked food, they wouldn't be able to withstand the cold in this climate. They had to use their lun inli or inli to avoid freezing. This was also the reason why they had to eat frequently. It was unknown how Chuizi found the right path. Along the way, Lei Xingfeng had already lost his way. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find the right path. If you got lost here, even if you were a 9th ring sage, you would still be dead. This was also the reason why the natives could still live so comfortably. Otherwise, no matter how strong their bodies were and how powerful their combat strength was, they would still be wiped out by the outsiders. In the natives' territory, these natives were a living map. The outsiders could not leave them at all. After another round of running, even though the outside world was so cold, everyone was sweating slightly. Finally, Chuizi shouted happily, "Haha, we're almost out. I almost got lost." Hearing this, everyone's hair stood on end. If this guy got lost, everyone would be finished. Everyone entered a very large ice crevice. Following this ice crevice, they quickly saw an ice wall. The most puzzling thing was that there was only an ice wall in front of them. There was no path. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Should we go from above? Or from below?" Chuizi said, "We can't go from above. The snow is too heavy. It's too hard to go up. We'll go from below." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Did you find it?" Hammerhead and Wild Axe discussed for a bit before leading everyone down the ice wall. After a short while, Hammerhead found a smooth ice wall. He reached out and knocked on the ice wall, then nodded and said, "It's here." Kuang Fu said, "Let me do it." Chuizi nodded and retreated, saying, "Let's back off a little." Kuang Fu untied the ropes and walked forward with his huge axe. After examining it for a moment, he suddenly swung his axe. In an instant, the huge axe emitted a faint golden brilliance. Kuang Fu roared and chopped the ice wall with his axe. Chopping down with an axe, Wild Axe quickly retreated. Boom! The ice wall suddenly exploded, and a hole appeared. Kuang Fu said, "All right, it's open. Let's go in quickly." Lei Xingfeng found that this ice wall was very strange. The ice wall that was split open by the giant axe was quickly closing. In a few minutes, the hole would disappear. With Hammerhead in front, he led everyone into the hole. This was a slanted hole. The entrance was small, but the inside was big. Because it was covered in ice, some light refracted in, so the ice cave was not dark. Lei Xingfeng was surprised to find that this ice cave seemed to be man-made. The ice on the ground was in the shape of stairs. It was a very regular ice staircase. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Did you guys dig this?" Hammerhead said, "Not completely." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Half natural, half repaired. This kind of cave can only be mastered by the local people. Outsiders can't find it. If you don't believe me, look at the hole. It should be closed." Lei Xingfeng looked back. Sure enough, the hole was closed. The temperature in the ice cave was very comfortable. After everyone entered, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In the cold climate, even with fur covering the mouth and nose, the cold air still strongly irritated the nasal cavity. They needed to breathe in and out slowly. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to adapt to the cold. Lei Xingfeng grabbed his hat, took a deep breath, and said, "Sigh, I can finally breathe comfortably. Should we rest here?" Xian Zhaoluan laughed. "We originally planned to stay here for a while, at least for a night. This is the first real resting place after crossing the glacier. We will know when we move forward." This underground ice tunnel was very long. The group walked for about 20 minutes before they arrived at a spacious ice hall. Icicles hung from the ceiling, but the hall was very large. It was more than 300 square meters. The group could see in the corner there was a fire pit made of stone. In the fire pit, there were remnants of charcoal ashes. There were also a few pieces of discarded animal skins. Mad Eagle laughed. "Okay, we can start the fire. I didn't expect there to be a fire pit here. I wonder who left it behind." Chuizi laughed. "This was left behind by my people, this." His eyes stared at Lei Xingfeng again. Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't look, there will be food." Chuizi and Mad Axe smiled with satisfaction. After being cold for half a day, to be able to eat a hot meal and drink a big bowl of hot soup was definitely a super enjoyment. This time, Lei Xingfeng didn't use charcoal. Instead, he used oil wood for the fire. Oil wood was very resistant to burning. 3 large pieces of oil wood could boil a big pot of water. This was a very good fuel. With some charcoal, it was enough for heating and cooking. Cooking had become Lei Xingfeng's specialty. It was simple, convenient, practical, easy to cook, and especially delicious. Everyone liked it. The temperature in the ice hall was much warmer than outside. When the oil wood in the fire pit began to burn, everyone took off their fur coats. Lei Xingfeng asked while cooking, "Where are we going tomorrow?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "We still have to go through a snow mountain, and then we will be there." If there are no accidents, it will only take 2 days. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "Is it the mining that we talked about last time?" Xian Zhaoluan smiled bitterly and said, "I had no choice. I originally wanted to wait, but I felt that something was wrong. I always felt a little uneasy. You have to know that this material is very rare. It can only be produced in this area. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find it next time." Lei Xingfeng said, "You can't buy it?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "It would be great if you could buy it. Then you wouldn't have to work so hard to dig it up. This thing is priceless to those who are useful. Those who are useless won't care at all." Although Lei Xingfeng also tried his best to learn, he was still too young compared to these old guys who had studied for decades or even hundreds of years. There were a lot of things that he didn't know. It was normal that he didn't know the importance of this thing. "What the hell is this thing, really? Well, I don't care. If I can collect it, I will also collect some," Lei Xingfeng muttered to himself. He was very lucky to be able to accompany high-level perfected masters to collect materials at such a young age. If he didn't have a master, he probably wouldn't be able to come here even if he reached 9th ring sage. Xian Zhaoluan smiled and said, "Sure, as long as you go, you can collect a part of it yourself." "Well, you have to give me a part of it." Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry, senior brother." He was very clear about this. Even if he was the senior brother, he didn't have the obligation to do something for nothing. Chuizi and Fudu were both beside the pot. If it wasn't for Mad Eagle grabbing their necks, these 2 guys would have stuck their heads into the pot. The most unbearable thing was that these 2 guys kept drooling. This was the reason why Mad Eagle wanted to drag them back. Jean Dia laughed. He hadn't said much until now. At this time, he said, "Caught them. They are all foodies. They can't eat their fill their whole lives." Lei Xingfeng took out a pot lid and covered it. Instantly, the fragrance was reduced. Chuizi swallowed his saliva as he watched the pot lid close. He couldn't help but say, "Let's open it and boil it. It's warmer." Suddenly, everyone looked at him. Chweezy said angrily, "Okay, I know. Don't look at me. I'm hungry," Lei Xingfeng said gently. "Don't worry. It'll be ready in a while." Haha. In the wild, especially in cold weather, eating was the most important thing. If you didn't want to die, you had to eat as much as possible. This was the natives' instinct. Nothing could replace it. This was also why Chweezy and Fudu were so excited when they saw the food being cooked. The two of them couldn't wait to reach out and grab the food, even if it wasn't completely cooked. "It's ready!" Chweezy cheered. He held a copper basin in his hand and looked at Lei Xingfeng eagerly. He was such a big and strong man, but he looked like a dog wagging its tail. His eyes were shining. Lei Xingfeng felt a chill. He said, "Hold your basin and don't move." He held a big copper ladle in his hand and filled Chweezy's copper basin with a few spoonfuls of boiling hot chowder. He said, "Go and eat." After everyone had a basin of chowder, the pot was empty. Lei Xingfeng continued to put in various ingredients and continued to cook another pot. The 7 of them had to eat at least 2 pots of chowder. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough. Everyone ate the hard flatbread. In this kind of weather, eating boiling hot chowder was definitely a super enjoyment. Soon, their stiff bodies warmed up and small beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Lei Xingfeng also ate like crazy. He knew very well that he had to replenish his food. Moreover, people who cultivated had a large appetite. According to his estimation, a meal was at least 10 times more than what he ate in his previous life. Sometimes, it might even be more. After they finished eating, the sky was already dark. The light that shone into the ice hall also dimmed. Relying on the fire in the fire pit, they could still see each other clearly. Lei Xingfeng put away the big pot and added a few pieces of oil wood. When the flames rose, he set up a pot of water and sat down to cultivate. Everyone also sat down to cultivate. However, Chweezy and Kwang Fu went to the entrance to guard. The 2 of them were in charge of guarding. Lei Xingfeng only cultivated for a while, and was surprised to find that something was wrong. The effect of cultivating here was even better than cultivating in Hanya Castle. It was almost close to the effect of cultivating near the thunderstorm area. This made him bewildered. After trying a few times, the result was the same. He stopped cultivating and pondered. Chapter 160. Mad Eagle also stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and saw Lei Xingfeng in a daze. He couldn't help but ask softly, "What's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng hesitated and asked, "Cultivating here. Do you feel any difference?" Mad Eagle sighed and said, "Yes, there is a difference." Xian Feng asked, "Is it because the effects of training are better?" Mad Eagle shook his head and said, "It's the opposite. The effect is much worse than in Hanya Castle." Lei Xingfeng was shocked and said, That's strange. I feel that the effect is better." Tiger Love also opened his eyes and shook his head. "No, the effect is not good." Jean Dia sneered and said, "It's normal. The effect will be better if we go out. We are in the middle of the ice. How can the effect be better?" It was rare for him to say something like that. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Cultivating here is just to recover a little. What else can we expect in the ice cave?" Lei Xingfeng didn't understand, but this was a good opportunity. He obviously wouldn't let it go. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The others didn't cultivate and chose to sleep. The sky was bright and the night was quiet. Lei Xingfeng cultivated until midnight. He also took out a thick beast skin and a special beast skin sleeping bag, and slept for a few hours. Everyone simply drank some hot water and ate some dry food. Then they left this rare ice cave. Hammerhead smashed a big hole with his hammer and said, "We are out." This was an ice wall. He smashed it open with his hammer, and the sound of the wind whistling could be heard. Everyone followed Hammerhead out. In the ice cave, everyone was tied up with rope. The snow outside was still heavy, and the temperature was even lower than yesterday. Lei Xingfeng stepped out of the ice cave. He felt the bone-chilling wind penetrating his leather robe. Even though he was wearing a bull-skin armor, he could still feel the cold. He said, "It's so cold." The temperature today was extremely low. Lei Xingfeng couldn't measure how low the temperature was, but he realized that he didn't dare to open his eyes. He could only squint. Even so, when the cold wind blew, his eyes hurt. He had no choice but to cover his face with Luan Yinli. Everyone lowered their heads and tried their best to move forward. This time, Lei Xingfeng was still holding a steel shield to block the incoming snow. The journey was very tiring, and they rested a few times. They only found a place to rest when the sky turned dark. This time, the resting place was far from the ice hall. Lei Xingfeng felt like he was going to freeze into a popsicle. He had to use his defensive barrier from time to time to block the cold. They endured until the next day. According to Xi and Zhaoluan, there was only half a day left before they reached their destination. They walked until the afternoon. Xi and Zhaoluan said, "Okay, we are almost there. Damn, every time we come out, it is so torturous. Hold on a little longer." There were large chunks of ice on the road. Lei Xingfeng stumbled all the way. He was different from the others. Chuizi and Kuang Fu were natives and had long been used to this kind of terrain. The others were all true ring sages and could fly. Even if they couldn't fly high in the air, their feet wouldn't fall. Instead, it was as if they were stepping on invisible ground. Lei Xingfeng didn't have this ability. Every time he stepped on air, he would immediately fall down. Therefore, he was dragging down the whole team. Mad Eagle wanted to carry him, but he didn't agree this time. It was too difficult to walk here. Even if he was an 8 true ring sages, it was still not easy. Therefore, Lei Xingfeng would rather suffer alone. Soon, the 7 of them arrived at a cliff. Xi and Zhaoluan raised his hand and signaled for everyone to slow down. He began to explore the cliff. Lei Xingfeng said, "Seems like we are almost there." Mad Eagle nodded. "Should be." Not long after, Xi and Zhaoluan said, "I found it." There was a crack in the cliff. The entire cliff was covered in layers of ice. Even the crack in the cliff was covered in ice. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to find the crack at all. Xi and Zhaoluan said, "Break it open." Chuizi and Kuang Fu went forward together. They swung their hammers and axes and began to smash the ice hanging from the crack. Soon, the 2 of them smashed a path. Lei Xingfeng laughed. Sai finally found a place to shelter from the wind. "I'm really afraid of the wind here." He wanted to drill into the ground. The cold wind here was unbearable. It stung his whole body. He couldn't remember how many times he used electric arcs to warm himself up. Jean Dia suddenly said from behind, "I'm also afraid of the wind here." Xi and Zhaoluan said, "Come in quickly. The wind here, has a nickname. It's called the piercing wind, the bone-piercing wind, or the killing wind." The crack in the cliff was hollow. It was just that there was no place to step because the crack below was getting narrower and narrower. If one wasn't careful, they would get stuck. They had to be able to fly or use both hands to support themselves. Of course, they didn't have to go through that trouble. Mad Eagle pulled Lei Xingfeng and hovered in the air. Chuizi and Kuang Fu were also carried by Xi and Zhaoluan and Jean Dia. They didn't need to step on the ground to move forward. After a while, everyone entered the belly of the mountain. They could already walk now. A ball of flame floated in front of everyone, illuminating the surroundings. Lei Xingfeng estimated that they had walked for at least 10 minutes. From time to time, there was a dripping sound. It was the sound of water dripping. The temperature was gradually rising. Xi and Zhaoluan laughed. "We're finally here." After turning a corner, a gust of hot air hit their faces. There was a faint red light, and there was a low roar in their ears. Lei Xingfeng said, I have a feeling of uneasiness. It's so hot." The red light shone brightly. Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, "Magma flow?" Xi and Zhaoluan said, "Yes, there's an underground magma flow here." This magma flow flows in all directions. Don't worry, this magma flow is very safe. As long as you pay attention, nothing will happen. Yes, there are all kinds of rare materials here. It depends on your luck. Many of them can't be used by true masters, or they would be wasted if used by true masters. Jean Dia said, Old Xian, you're a high-level true master. You have good taste. Actually, there are a lot of materials here that a Feng and the others need. It's just that. A Feng doesn't need to come here to exchange or buy these materials. Xian Zhaoluan nodded. He took out a piece of beast skin and handed it to Lei Xingfeng. Pass this to everyone. These are all kinds of materials produced in this area. If you can find one, it's good. But this material is something that needs everyone's attention. It's also something that I need. Lei Xingfeng didn't know much about the importance of materials because he rarely needed them. Of course, out of instinct, he collected any materials he could find. Because of the hidden Luan space, there was a lot of space to store things. He didn't need to spend time looking for places to store things. Because of this, when he needed a lot of materials, he didn't panic. Baisi? Lei Xingfeng said, What's this? In his knowledge, there was no such thing. Xian Zhaoluan said, It's this. It's a type of material that can only be found here. It's produced on this cliff. You guys have to help me find it slowly. Later, when I find it, you guys will understand. Everyone nodded in agreement. The magma flowed in the deep trench. Above it was a hard shell formed by the magma. After a part of it collapsed, it revealed the magma flowing slowly below. In other words, everyone was walking on the hard magma shell. If they weren't careful, they might break the shell and fall into the magma. Therefore, everyone was actually floating in the air. Of course, Lei Xingfeng, Chuizi, and Kuang Fu were all pulled by people. Soon, Xian Zhaoluan found a solid place for Lei Xingfeng and the others to stand. Basically, the places that were further away from the magma were mostly solid ground. Xian Zhaoluan said, Follow this path. It's not a big problem. There was a wide side along the cave wall. It was made of rocks and not magma. Xian Zhaoluan walked forward for a short distance and stopped. He said, Found it? Everyone, come and take a look. Lei Xingfeng quickly walked forward. He came to Xian Zhaoluan's side and said, Where is it? Xian Zhaoluan waited for everyone to gather around. He pointed at the stone wall and said, This is, on the black rock there was a hint of green. With just a glance, Lei Xingfeng felt very comfortable. He said, Interesting, interesting. It's a very comfortable feeling. Is this Baisi? Xian Zhaoluan said, No, this is an ore. Only after refining it will there be Baisi. Everyone, remember this feeling and look for it. When you find it, well, I will dig it out for everyone to see. Consider it a demonstration. He took out a small hammer and knocked it lightly. After a while, the rocks on the rock wall rolled down. An irregular rock fell into Xian Zhaoluan's hand. He handed it to Lei Xingfeng and said, This is an ore. It's much harder than the rocks on the side. So, you just need to knock it a few times to break the surrounding rocks. Then you can dig it out. This was a dark green or the size of a fist. It was very heavy in the hand. Lei Xingfeng felt that it was definitely heavier than gold. Such a small piece of ore weighed about 5 kilograms. He said, It's so heavy. Xian Zhaoluan said, It's been purified. It's heavier. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, Okay, then I'll go look for it. Xian Zhaoluan said, If you can find 50 to 150 kilograms, that's enough. As for the rest, you can keep it. This stuff is very rare. I believe you will need it. Lei Xingfeng understood that this was also an opportunity for him. He said, Okay, no problem. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love both understood that they would not have a chance to use this material. Both of them said that they would help Lei Xingfeng dig it out. As for Chuizi and Mad Axe, they were brought by Xian Zhaoluan. So, no matter how much they dug out, it would all be for Xian Zhaoluan. The two of them had already reached an agreement with Xian Zhaoluan. Jin Dia also helped Xian Zhaoluan dig, but he was the same as Lei Xingfeng. Once he dug out enough bayasi, he could keep the rest for himself. It was Lei Xingfeng's first time digging for ore in the underground. When he found the bayasi ore, he realized that he did not have the right tools. He took out a steel spear and began to knock on the rock wall. At this time, he realized that he was very strong. It did not take him much effort to break the rock wall. Soon, he dug out the first piece of bayasi ore. Chapter 161. It was only the size of a walnut, but it glowed green. Lei Xingfeng estimated that this small piece of ore weighed at least 2 to 3 caddies. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love also spread out to look for ores. The two of them could find more places than Lei Xingfeng, such as the top of the cave. Lei Xingfeng definitely could not go up, so he could only follow the sides of the cave and explore along the walls. There were constant knocking sounds coming from the cave, and everyone was silently searching. Because the cave was extremely hot, Lei Xingfeng only wore a pair of underpants and a small singlet, and kept the rest of his clothes in his hidden Luan space. Lei Xingfeng looked down and suddenly found a string of green stones on the ground. He squatted down and could not help but be surprised and happy. He could conclude that there were at least a dozen pieces of Bia silk ore here. After knocking for a while, Lei Xingfeng obtained 17 pieces of Bia silk oregon. The largest piece was the size of an apple, and weighed around 20 caddies. The smallest piece was the size of a thumb. They obtained at least 100 caddies in one go. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. Mad Eagle also dug up a few pieces. Only Tiger Love was frowning, as the places he found were all wrong. Lei Xingfeng became more and more excited as he dug. He realized that he seemed to have the potential to be a miner. Others could not find it even after searching for a long time, but he could find it easily with his intuition. In just a moment, he found the location of another ore. Just as Tiger Love dug up the first piece of ore, Lei Xingfeng found another 7 or 8 pieces. Bia silk ore was easy to find, but difficult to find. So far, Lei Xingfeng was the one with the biggest harvest. The others, including Xian Zhaoluan, only dug up 5 or 6 pieces. Chuizi and Mad Axe, who had the least, did not find a single piece of Bia silk oregon. Slowly, Lei Xingfeng walked far away. This was a very deep cave. Along the way, Lei Xingfeng found things from time to time. He thought to himself, strange, it's not hard to find. I've already completed the task given by Senior. In just a few hours, he dug up a few hundred caddies of ore without any difficulty. At this time, Lei Xingfeng found another type of ore, red gold. Red gold was not gold, but a special kind of metal. It had some characteristics of gold, but it was much more precious than gold, especially when used to make weapons. Red gold was different from Bia silk. Red gold was produced in many places, but it was rare. Red gold could not be purified. Its natural purity was its purity. It looked like a crystal, but it could be tempered like a metal. Red gold's natural volume was very small. It existed in the form of gravel in the rock. That was why Xian Feng was very happy after discovering the red gold. He smashed the rock into pieces and picked up a piece to examine. He could see the red gold on the outer layer of the rock, densely packed on the surface of the rock. Red gold did not need to be purified. As long as the ore was placed in a steel jar and hammered with a steel rod, the red gold would stick together. As long as the stone powder floated away, the red gold would be left. The red gold that Lei Xingfeng found was a 3-meter-long ore belt. He collected the rocks bit by bit and directly put them into his hidden Luan space. It took him more than an hour to collect all the ore. There was a large crack in the rock wall, enough for 2 people to lie down. After working for an entire day, they ate some dry food when they were hungry and drank some cold water when they were thirsty. Only when Chuizi and Fude kept complaining that they were hungry did Xian Zhaoluan gather everyone together. After finding a flat area, Xian Zhaoluan smiled and asked, "How's the harvest?" He was very satisfied. In just one day they had dug up more than 10 pieces of bia silk. There were also 2 other types of ores that were found by chance. Jean Dia said, "I dug up 8 pieces. It's about 70 pounds. Not bad." Chweezy said embarrassedly, I dug up 3 pieces. They're not big." He laughed awkwardly. Fudu was even more embarrassed. He said, That, I dug up 1 piece." Xian Zhaoluan was not dissatisfied. He said, "That's not bad." Afeng, how much did you dig up?" Lei Xingfeng was also embarrassed. It was not that he was embarrassed to dig up less, but that he seemed to have dug up more than the others. If he said this, would he be beaten up? He said shyly, "The results are not bad completing the mission. No problem." As for Mad Eagle and Tiger Love, they did not need to report. The 2 of them were Lei Xingfeng's bodyguards. All the harvest belonged to Lei Xingfeng and had nothing to do with Xian Zhaoluan. Xian Zhaoluan sighed in relief. He said, "We can't stay here for too long, so let's dig up as much as we can." Lei Xingfeng said, "We brought enough food. It shouldn't be a problem to stay here for a while." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Yes, I know. When we go back, we have to listen to Chweezy and Fuda's opinions." Chweezy said, "It's okay. It's okay to stay for a while. As long as it's not more than 30 days, it's okay. But it's best to leave after 20 days. The weather is turning cold." Lei Xingfeng could not help but shout, "What do you mean by the weather is turning cold? It's already very cold, okay?" Fuda said, "It means that you can't take it anymore. At that time, you will freeze to death." Lei Xingfeng said, "Can you guys be fine?" Chweezy smiled. "We can leave after 40 days, or even 45 days. But you can't. So 20 days is just right." Lei Xingfeng immediately understood that he was the worst. This was the so-called wooden bucket theory. The shortest board determined how much water the bucket could hold. He nodded helplessly. "Okay, I'm a burden to everyone." Xian Zhaoluan smiled. 20 days is enough. Actually, I can collect enough bayasi in about 10 days. You don't have to apologize. After a simple meal, Xian Zhaoluan let everyone rest. However, Lei Xingfeng still went out to look for ores. In just half a day, he had already fallen in love with mining. He might not have the chance to do so in the future. Following the flow of magma, Xian Feng didn't know where this underground magma flowed to or how deep it was. Luckily, there weren't any forks, and even if there were, it wouldn't be deep. After walking for a few dozen meters, he had to return to the forks and continue walking. Soon, Lei Xingfeng found that he could not walk anymore. The path at the side of the cave suddenly disappeared, and there was another path a dozen meters away. This section was empty, and he could clearly see the hot lava below. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. He could not fly. If he forced himself to jump, it was not that he could not, but he was afraid of accident. He did not know if his protective shield could withstand the lava. With a sigh, he could only turn back. After a few steps, he saw Mad Eagle coming over. He smiled. "What's wrong?" Lei Xingfeng spread his hands. "I can't go over." "Oh, Uncle Ing, carry me over." Mad Eagle took a few steps forward to check. He could not help but smile. "Okay, I didn't expect the path to be cut off." Tiger Love said, "I'll carry you. I'm really not good at mining." Mad Eagle nodded. "Okay, you do it. I'll go to the top." I found it easier to find up there." Tiger Love squatted down and carried Lei Xingfeng. He said, "I'll stay by your side. If you find any ores, I'll dig them out." Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Actually, mining is very fulfilling." Tiger Love flew over with Lei Xingfeng. There was an empty gap. A hot breath made Lei Xingfeng have to lower his defenses. Fortunately, Tiger Love was very fast. In a few seconds they had passed through. Lei Xingfeng found a ore belt about 7 meters long. It was another red gold ore belt. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "We're so lucky. It's red gold. Uncle Tiger, you dig. I'll go ahead and take a look. Tiger Love looked carefully for a long time but could not find anything. He was puzzled. Red gold or belt? Okay, I'll dig and see. When Tiger Love knocked on the rock wall, he immediately understood that it was indeed red gold. He could not help but be impressed. He began to dig vigorously. Even he could use red gold. It had a wide range of uses and was a rare material. Lei Xingfeng continued to move forward. Soon, he found another material. It was blood sand. It was very similar to red gold, but it was not red gold. Lei Xingfeng dug it out. For more than 10 days the 7 of them were busy. No one was lazy. The most serious person was Lei Xingfeng. Even Xian Zhaoluan could not compare to him. He had the most bountiful harvest. In addition to the 150 kilograms of bia silk given to Xian Zhaoluan, he had obtained nearly 700 kilograms for himself. In other words, he had dug up almost 500 kilograms of bia silk Oregon. This did not include the ores dug up by Mad Eagle and Tiger Love. As for Xian Zhaoluan, his harvest was also not bad. With everyone's help, he had collected enough bia silk Oregon. Therefore, he had been grinning for the past few days. Lei Xingfeng could not help but crack a few jokes. Xian Zhaoluan said, "There are still a few days left. Everyone, hurry up. I've already collected enough. The rest is just a bonus. Haha." He could not help but laugh a few times. He was really happy. Lei Xingfeng said, "Yes, I also plan to dig for a few more days. That's about it. I found quite a lot of good stuff this time. There's one thing that I don't think you guys have gotten." Jean Dia asked, "What is it?" "I've already collected 6 types of materials. This place is really a treasure trove. It's a pity. I might not be able to come here again in the future." Xian Zhaoluan said, "There are all kinds of materials here. Although there aren't many of them, there are many varieties and the quality is good." Lei Xingfeng flipped his wrist, and a cone-shaped crystal appeared in his palm. It was dark purple in color. He said, "Do you recognize this thing?" Xian Zhaoluan took a glance and grabbed it. He said in surprise, "Purple crystal. It's a supreme-grade purple crystal. Where did you find it?" His voice changed. Jean Dia also looked extremely surprised. At the same time, his face was filled with extreme jealousy. He said, "Purple crystal, you have such luck. Damn, why didn't I encounter it? This is too much of a blow." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "Do you want to know?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "Nonsense. Of course I want to know. Tell me, where did you find it?" Jean Dia also looked curious. Purple crystals were much more precious than bia silk. They were very rare. Even experts above monarchs would rarely be able to get their hands on them. Not to mention the use of purple crystals, if he went back this time and gave this purple crystal to the patriarch, he could at least exchange it for many rings. This was something used by monarchs. Chapter 162. Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, "Everyone, follow me." Everyone followed Lei Xingfeng and walked along the edge of the cave wall. Soon, they arrived at the place where he couldn't cross last time. Mad Eagle said, "Do you want me to carry you over?" Lei Xingfeng shook his head and said, "There's no need to go over. This is the place where I found the purple crystal." Jean Dia looked around and couldn't figure out what was going on. He said, "Don't joke around. There's no purple crystal here." Xian Feng used his finger to point downwards. Jean Dia was puzzled and said, You're saying that the purple crystal was found in the lava?" Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, "That's right. It was by chance." Xian Zhaoluan said, "How did you get it?" After thinking for a while, he said, "You can't possibly go down there." Lei Xingfeng said, "Senior, I haven't lived long enough. If I go down there, I'll be dead for sure." Tiger Love said, "He fished it up. He had been following Lei Xingfeng all this time. Of course, he knew how this guy got the purple crystal. It was definitely by chance." This guy was tired of mining and suddenly had an idea. He used a long steel spear to dig into the flowing lava. He picked up a large piece of lava and threw it on the ground. In the end, he found a purple crystal. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Try fishing it up again." Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, I'll try. It depends on luck. It's very likely that there's nothing there." As he said that, he took out a long spear. Xian Zhaoluan noticed that the tip of the spear had completely melted. Only half of the spearhead was left. Lei Xingfeng poked his spear into the lava and stirred it. In just a moment, the tip of the spear had turned red. Only then did he suddenly stir up a ball of lava and smash it onto the ground. A steel drill appeared in Xian Zhaoluan's hand. That was what he used to dig and pry open rocks. He used the steel drill to poke at the lava a few times. The lava was still glowing red and was still soft. He squatted down and a bowl of water appeared in his hand. He poured the water directly onto the lava. With a sizzling sound, white mist evaporated. Very soon, a few pieces of lava that had already turned black were revealed. He used the steel drill to knock on them a few times and examine them carefully. After a while, he found the purple crystal. Jean Dia glanced at it and said, "Too small." There were a total of 2 purple crystals, which were about the size of a grain of sand. Lei Xingfeng's purple crystal was at least the size of a thumb. The two could not be compared, but this already proved that Lei Xingfeng was not talking nonsense. Xian Zhaoluan let out a long breath and said, "Sure enough, there are some. I've decided. I don't care about other mines, but I definitely won't let go of the purple crystal. This thing can be exchanged for a lot of things. Even if it's not exchanged, it's still very precious." Even a sesame-sized purple crystal was very precious. Xian Zhaoluan did not hesitate to put it away. Lei Xingfeng could not help but laugh. He said, "Senior, let me give you a hint. When you stir, pay attention to the color of the lava." Xian Zhaoluan said, "What color?" Lei Xingfeng said, "Look carefully at the lava. It's all golden with a hint of red. If there's a purple glow, then there's a purple crystal." Hearing Lei Xingfeng's words, the others stared at the lava. After a while, Xian Zhaoluan said, I don't see any purple glow, it's all the same." Jean Dia also said, "I can't see it either." The others shook their heads. No one could see any purple glow. Chuizi rubbed his eyes hard and said, "It's all the same, how can there be any purple glow?" Lei Xingfeng was suddenly speechless. He said, It's so obvious. You can't see it?" He was puzzled. In this short period of time, he had seen at least a few purple glows appear. They were just flickering. If one did not pay attention, it would be easy to miss them. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Forget it, I'll try fishing and see how lucky I am." Everyone immediately slipped away. They either used steel rods or steel spears in their hands to stir the lava. Lei Xingfeng asked Mad Eagle to carry him to the front. He did not want a group of people to fish for purple crystals. At first, he only knew that purple crystals were precious. However, after seeing Xian Zhaoluan and Jean Dia's expressions, he understood that this thing could no longer be explained by how precious it was. He definitely could not miss it. Previously, he had only obtained 2 purple crystals. This thing was extremely difficult to obtain. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng saw a ball of purple glow. He immediately stabbed the steel spear in his hand into the lava. He was suddenly excited. Lei Xingfeng already had some experience. He knew that relying on the lava to stick the purple crystals was not very effective. The best way was to directly pull the lava up from below. Xian Feng used his strength to flick a ball of magma out. Tiger Love was standing beside Lei Xingfeng. When the lava was pulled up, he hurriedly took a few steps back and said, "Be careful." Lei Xingfeng laughed and said, "I know, Don't worry, there's something in this lava." Tiger Love asked curiously, "How do you know?" Lei Xingfeng smiled and took out a basin of water. He poured it on the lava. With a puff, water vapor rose. Tiger Love could already clearly see a purple glow. He said, "Hey, there's really something." After waiting for the magma to cool down slightly, Xian Feng smashed it into pieces. This time, the harvest was huge. A purple crystal the size of an apricot appeared. Lei Xingfeng said, "Not bad, this is the biggest purple crystal I've found. Let's continue." Although he had found purple crystals before, he had only thought of them as materials like bia silk. Therefore, he had stopped after finding a few pieces. Now that he knew that even monarchs had a need for them, he planned to get more. Tiger Love was still puzzled. He had already picked at least 7 or 8 balls of lava, but he could not find any purple crystals. He was confident that his eyesight was not inferior to Lei Xingfeng's. However, when he saw that Lei Xingfeng had picked up at least 2 of the 3 balls of lava with purple crystals in them, he could not help but be convinced. Lei Xingfeng stared at the lava flow. In fact, he could see a lot of purple light, but it was too far away from him. Moreover, he could not fly. He could not pick up the purple light that floated over to the shore. Lei Xingfeng's heart ached as he watched the purple crystals float away along the lava flow. This was a treasure that could be traded with monarch. It was a pity that it disappeared in front of his eyes. He looked around and then saw Tiger Love holding a steel spear in his hand and stirring the lava. He immediately thought of an idea. He said, "Uncle Tiger, I'll command. You pick up the lava." Tiger Love said, "Okay." He also felt impatient. If it were anyone else, they would be impatient. If they could not get anything, they would definitely be unhappy. Lei Xingfeng said, "You fly above the lava. Be careful. I'll throw stones. As long as it's the place where the stones fall, you pick up the lava. You have to be fast. You have to pick it up from the bottom. Yes, you'll know after a test." Tiger Love smiled and nodded. This was a good idea. As long as he followed orders, it would be fine. As for whether there were purple crystals or not, it had nothing to do with him. Lei Xingfeng had already aimed at a piece of lava in the distance. It was near the opposite shore. It was about the size of a few palms. The purple light there was rather strong. He threw out a piece of cooled lava the size of a walnut and said, "Uncle Tiger, pick." Tiger Love had been staring at Lei Xingfeng's hand. When he threw the stone, he immediately stared at the place where it would fall. The spear in his hand pierced into the lava flow. With a sudden flick, a large lump of lava flew towards Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng took a few steps back. The lump of lava immediately fell under his feet. "Haha, 2 purple crystals. Top-grade purple crystals. Haha, the purple crystals the size of apricots were definitely of the highest quality." Tiger Love was also excited. He said, again, "Ha." With the tacit cooperation, wherever Lei Xingfeng pointed, Tiger Love would pick. Furthermore, Lei Xingfeng was not in a hurry to cool the lava. He waited until more than 10 lumps of lava had been picked up. Then, he poured water on them and collected the purple crystals. Xian Zhaoluan's harvest on the other side was smaller. He also could not see any purple light. However, he had a trick. He specifically picked different places in the lava flow. For example, it was slightly darker or especially bright. This way, he could get a few purple crystals. At this time, Lei Xingfeng understood that his eyes were different. He could see light that others could not. This was especially obvious when he was mining. In 3 days, Lei Xingfeng had obtained more than 300 top-grade purple crystals. As for the purple crystals that were not as good, Lei Xingfeng gave most of them away. He especially gave Xian Zhaoluan 100 pieces of purple crystals the size of a thumb. Xian Zhaoluan was almost overjoyed. He kept saying that it was fortunate that he had brought Lei Xingfeng along. Otherwise, he would not have such a big harvest. As for Jean Dia, Lei Xingfeng also took out a lot of purple crystals that he did not like. He asked them to use other ores to exchange. Jean Dia was very willing and took out a lot of newly excavated ores as well as some rare ores that he had obtained before. Lei Xingfeng only had to pay a few small purple crystals to get a lot of ores and even refined materials. Chuizi and Kuang Fu also dug up a lot of ores. Other than giving them to Xian Zhaoluan, they also exchanged with Lei Xingfeng and Jean Dia for many items. Most of them were food. The two of them were very interested in Lei Xingfeng's braised meat and cured meat. In this exchange, Lei Xingfeng gained a lot. He had collected a lot of food in his hidden Luan space. It was enough for him to eat for 10 years without a problem. Of course, Chuizi and Kuang Fu had to make the exchange. They could not take the ores away because they did not have a hidden Luan space. Even if they made the exchange, the items would be left with Lei Xingfeng. They would have to wait until they returned to Hanya Castle to get the food. On this day, Lei Xingfeng was still beside the lava, instructing Tiger Love to fish for purple crystals when Xian Zhaoluan walked over. He said, "Afeng, we're about to leave. Oh my god, how many purple crystals do you need?" Lei Xingfeng chuckled. "These things can be exchanged with the founder for Yin rings. Uncle Tiger and Uncle Ing both lack Yin rings. I need to save up a lot. If I exchange with the founder for Yin rings, I need to save up some Yin rings for myself." Using Yin rings to train subordinates was a necessary method for the hidden sect. Otherwise, when they reached the outer world, without powerful subordinates, how could they obtain resources? Xian Zhaoluan nodded. "You finally understand what's important. With this batch of purple crystals, you can exchange for a lot of Yin rings. Even if Master and the Founder can't use them, they can use them to trade with other monarchs. We'll leave tomorrow. Today you can fish as much as you want." He was actually very depressed. No matter how hard he tried, the amount of purple crystals he dug up was not even a fraction of what Lei Xingfeng had. He was so angry that he went to dig for other ores. Chapter 163. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng had given him a lot of purple crystals. This was how they helped each other. After all, without Xian Zhaoluan's help, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't have been able to come here. After all, this mine was obtained by Xian Zhaoluan. Without his permission, Lei Xingfeng wouldn't have been able to come here. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "If we can come here again in the future, I won't have to work so hard to get more." Xian Zhaoluan said, "With purple crystals, we can still come here. This is an opportunity exchanged with purple crystals. I'm really lucky to be able to bring you along this time. I thought this was the only chance. I didn't expect to find so many purple crystals." Lei Xingfeng was a little confused. "Why don't we let Master come? He should be able to get more purple crystals." Xian Zhaoluan smiled bitterly. "Neither Master nor Patriarch are willing to come here." Lei Xingfeng was puzzled. "Why?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "Because of suppression. If Master comes here, his strength will be suppressed to about the same as mine. This means danger. They aren't willing to take this risk. Having a disciple is enough. Therefore, the top fighting force here is a 9th ring sage." Lei Xingfeng said, "Will all the outer worlds suppress their cultivation?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "No. Some outer worlds will even increase their cultivation. They are all different. Also, you can't stay in an outer world for long. If it's long, it'll be a few years. If it's short, it'll be 10 days. After that, you have to return to the secret door. Otherwise, it'll be harmful to your body." Lei Xingfeng said in surprise, There's such a drawback." "Alright, I understand." He still lacked a lot of knowledge and experience, but he knew that as long as he didn't get besieged by a large number of experts of the same level, he wouldn't be in any danger. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Once again I went to an outer world. That shitty place, even my cultivation was suppressed. That place is most suitable for 8th ring sages. There are a few places where you can play after you reach 6th ring. There are usually more powerful beasts there." Lei Xingfeng said, "Beast? You mean to go hunting?" Xianzhaluan nodded and said, "Yes, it's hunting because the wild beasts there. Their meat is often of the highest quality. Not only is it delicious, but it's also good for the body. Besides these, it can also cultivate one's combat experience and awareness. Hunting, harvesting, and fighting, it's killing several birds with one stone. Many people from the secret sects go there." Lei Xingfeng was busy until he was about to leave. After tidying up, he came to the place where everyone was gathered. Xianzhaluan said, "Let's go back as soon as possible. The weather is getting cold, we better get back to Hanya Castle before it gets cold." Lei Xingfeng said, "It's too hot here. When we get to the exit, we'll wear thick clothes." He was only wearing thin pants and an unlined shirt. "It's cold." Outside, Lei Xingfeng felt the real cold for the first time. Even though he was wrapped up like a big bag, the cold wind directly penetrated his body. The bone-chilling cold even made his leather robe harden. Lei Xingfeng was forced to use electric arcs to flash around his body. Other than Chuizi and Kuang Fu, everyone else was covered in a layer of faint light. If not for this, they would probably be frozen in the extreme cold. Chuizi and Kuang Fu's face also showed a serious expression. Even if they were natives, they were still afraid of this kind of cold. Chuizi said, "We have to go quickly. We can't stay here for long. We have to move around as much as possible. Otherwise, we'll be frozen." As he spoke, he kept shivering. Xianzhaluan said, "Let's go." A rope tied the 7 of them together. The 7 of them quickly walked towards Hanya Castle. The wind got stronger. The roaring wind even let out a sharp and ear-piercing sound, causing pain in people's ears. Lei Xingfeng could not help but curse, "This is really a killing wind." Even if his eyesight was good, he could not see more than 10 meters in front of him. Lei Xingfeng was still holding a steel shield in his hand, blocking the oncoming wind. This way, he could slightly reduce the bone-chilling cold. When the snowflakes hit the shield, the sound of metal colliding could be heard, and the tinkling sound did not stop. Lei Xingfeng could not help but say, "What the hell? This is scary." This time, even Mad Eagle and Tiger Love had to admit that this kind of weather was not suitable for people to live in. Even if they were wrapped in thick leather robes, other than their eyes, they could still feel the crazy cold. They had to constantly activate their defenses to expel the cold from the robes, otherwise their bodies would quickly become stiff. After much difficulty, they finally reached the first resting spot. Everyone quickly ate some dry rations and recovered their cultivation. Then, they threw themselves into the blizzard. Luckily, they had Chuizi and Kuang Fu to lead the way. Otherwise, none of them would have the ability to find the right path in this kind of weather. This was also a special ability of the native. No matter where they walked, they would not get lost. It was a rare peaceful journey. They did not meet anyone, nor did any animals appear. After a few days of arduous trekking, the 7 of them finally returned to Hanya Castle. When Miao Ling saw Xianzhaluan and Lei Xingfeng, she began to complain, "It's so cold. I can't even go out, it's too cold." She shrunk into a pile of beast skins, only revealing her face. Lei Xingfeng could not help but want to laugh. It was too funny. Xiao Dia sat in front of a brazier and said, "It's good to cultivate here. I'm about to level up, but it's really too cold here. Even if I wear so much, it's useless. I heard Sister Hong say that there's no one outside anymore." Lei Xingfeng laughed. "When we came back, we still saw many natives outside. Hee, but most of them are hiding in their rooms to cultivate." Xianzhaluan said, "It won't be so cold all the time. The special thing about this place is that after the extreme cold, it will warm up for 10 days. After that, it will get even colder and then warm up for a few days. So there's no need to worry. During the warm days, you guys can still go out and take a breather." Although the room was warmer than outside, Miao Ling was still shivering. Only by cultivating hard could she temporarily forget about the cold. As a result, her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Miao Ling said, Oh right, there's one more thing. Sister Hong said that someone brought us an invitation card and invited us somewhere. Xiao Dia, go and call Sister Hong over. Xiao Dia ran to the door, lifted the curtain, and shouted outside, Sister Hong! Sister Hong, come quickly! After shouting a few times, he ran back to the brazier and continued to warm himself. After a while, Sister Hong walked in and said, What's the matter? Miao Ling said, Sister Hong, that invitation card. Sister Hong laughed, The invitation card is with me. Third Master, Ninth Master, this is sent by Grandpa Mao. The underground trade fair has already started. Grandpa Mao sent a few invitation cards. Xian Zhaoluan said, Trade fair, hee, not bad. I've already prepared it. We must go. Junior sister, come with us. Miao Ling said, I don't want to go out. It's so cold. Xian Zhaoluan laughed, Little fool, the underground trade fair is underground. It's very warm there. Miao Ling's eyes lit up. She said, Wah, okay, I'll go. I want to go. But how do I go out? She was really afraid of the cold. Sister Hong laughed, It's very close. Just activate your defensive barrier. With this distance, there's no need to be afraid. No matter how cold it is, there's nothing to be afraid of. Miao Ling also reacted and said happily, Okay, I'll activate my defensive barrier. Hee, is there a place to stay in the underground trade fair? Can I rent a place there? Xian Zhaoluan said, Training underground is not as effective as training above ground. Staying underground is not a good choice. Miao Ling's face turned bitter. She said, Okay, I'll go and warm myself up. I'll come back later. She knew that training was more important. She would not give up on training just because of the warmth. Lei Xingfeng also had an invitation card. He laughed, Interesting, there are only 3 invitation cards. The others don't have any. How did they know that the 3 of us are in charge here? Xian Zhaoluan said, Don't be surprised, this is what we registered. We don't need to register when we enter this world, but when we enter Hanya Castle, we must have a record. This is the rule. It's mainly to prevent outsiders from doing whatever they want. In Hanya Castle, there are still rules. Most of the outsiders had their own secret sects, and most of them lived in secret space. They belonged to the most mysterious group of people. There were also countless disputes between secret sects, and there were often fights and even wars. However, there was one thing that was almost invariable, and that was that the monarchs would not participate in it. The battles between monarchs were limited to monarch. Of course, this was only on the surface. It was very normal for monarchs to secretly kill some low-level practitioners. There is a tacit understanding between secret sections. Under normal circumstances, they are more cautious of each other and will not do things openly. Unless there is a huge benefit, then there will be conflicts and fights. But if there is a chance to settle it peacefully, then most of them will choose to negotiate and try to quell the possibility of a fight. It must be known that once a fight or war happens, the losses will cause the secret sects to decline. This is not something that both sides want to see. Xian Zhaoluan said, Let's go back and rest first. Tomorrow we will go to the trade fair. Afeng, Xiao Ling, there are many good things there. Hee, but you have to prepare your own things. You can barter there. You can also use Luan rings and Luanine rings to buy things. Of course, Yin rings are even better, but Yin rings rarely appear. Lei Xingfeng brought Mad Eagle and Tiger Love back. Back in his room, Mad Eagle was busy burning a charcoal brazier for him. Lei Xingfeng set up a big pot and began to cook a stew. The 3 of them had a meal. Mad Eagle said, One invitation card can bring 2 people in. Let's go together tomorrow. Lei Xingfeng nodded, Okay. I know you got a lot of materials this time. Are you planning to exchange them for some Yin rings? Mad Eagle nodded. The effect of cultivating here is great. If I have Yin rings, I might be able to advance. Tiger should be able to do the same. Sherhu smiled. That's right. As long as I have enough Yin rings, I'll be able to ascend. Haha, to be able to take another step forward is something I've always dreamed of. An 8th ring sage body is still a bit weak, especially in the outer world. Chapter 164. Lei Xingfeng said, I don't understand. How many worlds can a secret door lead to? Mad Eagle shook his head. I'm not too sure either. But I know that a monarch can have a secret door. Of course, this secret door needs to be refined, and a monarch's secret door can only lead to 3 worlds. As for how to open it and determine the destination, I don't know. Lei Xingfeng looked forward to it, he said. Damn, I must become a monarch. Feng Ying's mouth opened slightly, but after thinking for a bit, he closed it again. Xan Feng saw it clearly and spoke, Uncle Ing, if there's anything, just say it. Tiger Love laughed. I know what he wants to say, hee hee. Mad Eagle said, Bullshit, you know what I want to say? Tiger Love laughed. Of course, we've been together for so many years, I know what you want to shit when you stick out your butt, haha. Mad Eagle said angrily, Bullshit? Tell me, what did I want to say just now? Tiger Love said, It's simple, you have a lot of doubts about becoming a monarch. Mad Eagle was immediately discouraged, he muttered, Damn, this guy, was I that obvious? Tiger Love nodded, That's right, it's that obvious. Mad Eagle could only admit, he said, Yes, there are too few people who can become a monarch. If a Feng can become a monarch, I'll be so happy. Sigh, it's hard. A Feng, I'm not trying to discourage you, but Tiger Love and I want you to become a monarch. Lei Xingfeng waved his hand. I understand, don't worry, I'll definitely become a monarch. He said confidently. Actually, he didn't know if he could become a monarch, but he knew that if he didn't have the confidence, then there was no need to talk about becoming a monarch. Hanya Castle's underground trade fair was quite famous in the secret sects. Even a small number of true monarchs would secretly come and get some rare materials. Even though this world wasn't suitable for living, it had large amounts of rare materials. This was an incredibly good place, but just the climate alone was enough to stop most people. Only a small number of elites would be able to gather good things. Xian Zhaoluan brought Xiao Dia, Lei Xingfeng brought Mad Eagle and Tiger Love, and Miao Ling brought Sister Hong to the underground trade fair. The location of the trade fair was set up in the huge underground space of Hanya Castle, occupying an area of about 800 square meters. It was neither big nor small. Because there weren't many people who were qualified to come here, even though it was 800 square meters, it was still quite spacious. There were only a few stalls, and most of the people were wandering back and forth. Lei Xingfeng said, This is the trade fair? It's too quiet. Xian Zhaoluan smiled and said, It's okay. This is just a small transaction outside. There will be a small auction later. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, What are the conditions for participating in the auction? Xian Zhaoluan said, You have to take out some items from the auction, or take out some rings as deposit. Lei Xingfeng smiled, We got so many purple crystals, why don't we take out some for the auction? I want to see how much these things are worth. Xian Zhaoluan said, Don't take out the big ones, use a few small ones. Let's see what's going on. Lei Xingfeng agreed, but before he could say anything, someone shouted from not far away, Bullshit! Do you want to rob us? Xian Zhaoluan said softly, Back off. Boom. The two of them suddenly attacked and clashed head-on. A shockwave spread out and everyone in the hall immediately activated their defenses. Miao Ling was shocked. Oh my god, how dare they fight here, it'll collapse. Hong Jie shielded her and said, Back off, back off. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love protected Lei Xingfeng on the left and right. Xian Zhaoluan couldn't help but curse. Damn, they must be newcomers. They don't know anything and they dare to fight. They're looking for death. The crowd in the hall quickly dispersed, revealing the two who fought. The crowd in the underground trade fair quickly dispersed. Everyone here was a cultivator, and the weakest of them had 3 or 4 rings. They were already used to fighting, and when they saw a fight, they immediately retreated to avoid being affected. After a loud sound, the two of them stood opposite each other like fighting cocks. They didn't continue to fight. Lei Xingfeng looked on curiously and said, "These two are very brave. I think there must be someone powerful guarding here." Xian Zhaoluan smiled. "Look at them carefully." Lei Xingfeng realized that something was wrong. The two of them were restrained by a power that he didn't know about. From the surface, he couldn't see anything wrong with them. Only when he looked closely did he realize that the two of them were standing still like fighting cock. It was because they didn't move that Lei Xingfeng realized that something was wrong. He realized that the two of them were immediately restrained by some power after exchanging a blow. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Who did it?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "No one did. They were restrained by a small seal set by the true Lord. Whoever fights here will face the same consequences. Even I can't do anything." Lei Xingfeng said, "Restrained? Then who will deal with them?" Xian Zhaoluan smiled. "No one will deal with them. Haha, but if they want to get away, they will be restrained for at least 2 days and 2 nights. Lei Xingfeng said, "Wow, this punishment is really harsh. Alright, what is that small seal?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "I'm not very sure. That thing can only be mastered by true lords. If you don't reach the level of true lord, you won't be able to learn and control it. I heard that the small seal came from another continent. It's not something that we developed here." Lei Xingfeng couldn't think of anything about the True Lord Society for the time being. He was still very curious, so he asked, "What will happen if the two of them continue to fight after they are freed?" Xian Zhaoluan smiled. "They won't fight anymore. If they fight again, they can only attack once and then be restrained for 2 days. No one can take it. Haha, I believe that the two of them won't be so stupid. One lesson is enough." Lei Xingfeng said, "Seems like it's their first time here. They don't know the secret of this place." Miao Ling stared at the two of them curiously. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Xiao Ling, don't stare at them. Don't get angry." Miao Ling said, "They can't move. If I get angry, haha, they can't move." Xian Zhaoluan said, "They can't move, but that doesn't mean they won't be able to move forever. When they can move and leave, they can still come and find trouble with you." Miao Ling stuck out her tongue. She immediately hugged Hong Jie's arm and said softly, "Hong Jie, you will protect me, right?" Hong Jie said, "All right, stop acting like a spoiled child. You're already so old, don't act like a child." After walking around, Lei Xingfeng didn't find any materials to exchange. He was a little disappointed. "There's nothing." Xian Zhaoluan said, "It depends on luck. There aren't many people now, let's wait for a while." Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, I'll go take a look." Mad Eagle and Tiger Love naturally followed him. Miao Ling brought Hong Jie and the two of them ran to the other side. The two of them whispered to each other. Xian Zhaoluan brought Xiao Dia and ran to the front. Those who wanted to exchange laid beast skins on the ground and placed their items on top. There were all kinds of materials. There were many things that Lei Xingfeng didn't recognize. Luckily, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love were there. The two of them were quite knowledgeable and could recognize most of them. After walking around, he met Xian Zhaoluan again. Xian Zhaoluan asked, "Did you see anything good?" Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. "No, I didn't find anything special." Xian Zhaoluan said, "There's something special over there. You can go take a look." Lei Xingfeng asked, "What is it?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "It's the ice beast meat that is a specialty of this place. They probably hunted it before." Lei Xingfeng immediately lost interest. He said, "Meat? I have a lot of it. I don't lack this." Xian Zhaoluan laughed. "This meat is different. Eating it can increase your resistance to the cold." Lei Xingfeng said, "This is not bad. Alright, let's go in exchange for some." "Alright, is it expensive?" He didn't have any idea about trading here. Xian Zhaoluan laughed. "It's very cheap. You can exchange it with food." Lei Xingfeng followed Xian Zhaoluan to a stall. There were a few pieces of white meat on the beast's skin. Lei Xingfeng said, "Why is it so little?" The owner of the stall was an 8th ring sage. He glanced at Lei Xingfeng and said, "This is a sample. I have as much as you want. You can exchange it for food, rice, or noodles. 1 jin for 1 jin." Xian Zhaoluan said, 1 jin for 1 jin? 1 jin for at least 2 jin. The person said, "That's fine too. At least 1,000 jin. We're short on food." Xian Feng couldn't help but shake his head. This man was very honest. He even shouted that he was lacking in food. He was too lazy to bargain, because when he came, he brought a lot of food, exchanging it for some local ice beast meat. He felt that it was worth it. 1,000 jin of food for 2,000 jin of ice beast meat. The two exchanged very quickly. Both of them had hidden Luan spaces. The transaction was completed in an instant. The person was very satisfied. He said, "I still have some ice beast blood here. Do you want to exchange? It would be best if you have dried vegetables. 1 jin for 1 jin, how about that?" The blood was blue and had already solidified into ice. A fist-sized chunk weighed about half a kilogram. Xian Zhaoluan said, "This can be exchanged. The ice beast blood is delicious and can be used as a seasoning. It's a specialty here." Lei Xingfeng exchanged a few jins of dried mushrooms. Both sides were happy. The transaction was completed. The person said, "Qing Wu, 8th ring sage. If you want ice beast meat in the future, come find me." Lei Xingfeng and the rest signed up and left. For 3 consecutive days, Lei Xingfeng and the rest wandered around the trade fair. They exchanged for some things, but nothing special. On the 4th day, Lei Xingfeng, Mad Eagle, Xian Zhaoluan, and Jean Dia returned to the trade fair. As for Miao Ling, she didn't come again on the 2nd day. She hid in her room to cultivate because it was getting colder outside. Even though the trade fair was only a short 10 minutes away, she didn't want to go out. After Xian Zhaoluan entered the trade fair, he smiled. "There's a small auction today. Only 9th ring sages can participate. Of course, I can bring one person in. Big Tooth can bring one person in too. That way, all 4 of us can enter." Chapter 165. Jean Dia said, "I heard a few monarchs are coming this time?" Xian Zhaoluan smiled. "Yes, perhaps you can get a lot of rings." Jean Dia was relying on rings to prolong his life. To him, nothing was more important than rings. There was no way Jean Dia would let go of the chance to participate in a small auction hosted by a monarch. After all, only a monarch could condense rings, and monarchs weren't easy to find. When Lei Xingfeng walked into the so-called auction house, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. This auction was different from what he had imagined. There was no auctioneer and no one to collect and appraise items. Instead, if you had something, you could go up and display it. Then you could ask for an exchange. For example, if you needed something, you could just say it. If someone below was willing to trade, then your auction was a success. Of course, it was also possible to directly exchange for rings without exchanging for physical items. Generally speaking, most of the people here used bartering. Since rings were hard currency, they were very useful in this kind of situation. With a monarch present, there would be more people exchanging rings for materials. Lei Xingfeng had already made up his mind. He would use some purple crystals to trade for rings. If there was something suitable for him, he would use the rings he got to bid. The auction house was a small room. There was a stage in the middle, surrounded by low chairs. Those who entered sat down casually. After Lei Xingfeng and the others entered, they found a corner and sat down, waiting quietly. Soon, an old man appeared. He stood in front of the stage and said, "Same rules. If anyone needs to come up and display their materials, please step forward. Oh right, don't bring those trashy materials up. Everyone should know these rules. Alright, let the auction begin." He turned and left. Lei Xingfeng was surprised. "That's it?" His voice was very small. Xian Zhaoluan smiled and whispered back, "What did you think?" There were about 40 people in the room, and about 30 of them were ninth ring sages. Some of the ninth ring sages didn't bring their followers with them, and some of them were perfected lords. However, no one could tell who was the perfected lord, as they all blended into the crowd. A middle-aged woman walked up and said, "I'll go first. May E, ninth ring sage." A fist-sized material was placed on the stage. She said, 72 pieces of bright spiritual stone. They're about the same size as this one. I'm too lazy to trade for anything else. I want rings. The highest bidder gets it. She didn't say anything else and waited quietly. Lei Xingfeng thought, damn, they're really direct. No promotion, nothing. What a strange way. Someone shouted, "I'll trade Siobhan for Siobhan, 1 for 1. Mei Yi frowned, "I'm not interested in it." The man bitterly smiled. 1 ring for 2 spirit silk bright stones. Mei Yi frowned again. She felt that the other party had set a low price and said, "This price is too low." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but rub his forehead. This kind of auction wouldn't incite any competition. As expected, no one bid. Mei Yi's face darkened. She shook her head and said, "If it's 1 for 1, I can reluctantly agree. Your price is too low. Forget it, I'll let it go this time." She put away the bright spiritual stone on the stage and turned to leave. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He whispered, "You've already bid. How can you go back on your word? What kind of auction is this?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "This is how auctions are. What did you expect?" Xian Feng was instantly speechless. He was also prejudiced. The auctions of his previous life had a fixed pattern in his mind, but it was different here. He spoke, "Oh right, senior brother, can I go up?" Xian Zhaoluan said, "You can go up as long as you're here. However, don't trade with low-level items. You'll be laughed at." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "I'll go up." Xian Zhaoluan couldn't help but laugh. He said, "What are you going to trade with?" Lei Xingfeng laughed. "Top-grade purple crystals." He actually had a lot of things that he could sell, but the top-grade purple crystals were undoubtedly the best. He had gotten a lot of them, enough for him to trade. Xian Zhaoluan smiled. "All right, go ahead." Lei Xingfeng walked out. Everyone could clearly see his strength. He was only a sage with 5 true ring bodies. Everyone's faces were filled with disappointment and disdain. A little guy dared to trade? Lei Xingfeng walked to the front of the stage calmly. He reached out and swiped the stage. A string of top-grade purple crystals appeared. There were more than 20 apricot-sized purple crystals. They emitted a mesmerizing purple light. He slowly said, 23 top-grade purple crystals for rings. Immediately there was a commotion below the stage. Top-grade purple crystals were very hard to come by. They were materials that monarchs needed. Immediately, someone asked, "Little guy, how much do you want to trade?" Lei Xingfeng raised a finger and laughed. 1 ring as the starting price. For example, if you offer 1 ring and no one bids against you, then 1 ring can be traded for these 23 top-grade purple crystals. Of course, if someone offers 2 rings, then the purple crystals will belong to them. The highest bidder wins. With a loud boom, the crowd became excited. 1 top-quality purple crystal for 3 or 4 rings wouldn't be surprising. If they met a monarch who had more purple crystals, even 5 or 6 rings would be possible. In other words, 23 top-quality purple crystals for 100 rings wasn't a big deal. However, Lei Xingfeng only asked for 1 ring. This was too tempting. Someone yelled, 1 ring. I'll offer 1 ring. Lei Xingfeng thought, this guy is trying to steal the chicken. He laughed. Someone has already offered 1 ring. Anyone else? If you can offer 2 rings, then you have a chance of getting a top-grade purple crystal. Anyone else? I'll offer 3. I'll offer 10 rings. 20. I'll offer 100 rings. 120. Xian Zhaoluan, Jean Dia, and Mad Eagle were all dumbfounded. You can play like this? In just a few minutes, the price had risen to 153 yin rings. Lei Xingfeng pointed at the person and yelled, "This person has offered 153 yin rings. Very impressive. A very generous expert has already offered 153 yin rings. Anyone else? If there's no one else, then this top-grade purple crystal will go to this rich guest. 160 yin rings." Lei Xingfeng's saliva flew everywhere as he raised the price. The entire room seemed to be boiling. When the price broke through 200 yin rings, Jean Dia's jaw almost dropped. Xian Zhaoluan kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe it. One top-grade purple crystal was almost worth 10 yin rings. This price was completely unreasonable. Finally, the price was set at 230 yin rings. In other words, one top-grade purple crystal was worth 10 yin rings, which was more than double the normal price. Lei Xingfeng put away the 230 yin rings and walked down from the stage. This time, no one looked down on him. Everyone's eyes shone with the light of contemplation. Mei Yi, who had left the stage earlier, was especially annoyed. She lightly tapped her head, her face full of unwillingness. Lei Xingfeng sat down. Mad Eagle gave him a big thumbs up and said, "Afeng, you're smart." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Little brother, how did you come up with this idea? It's amazing." Lei Xingfeng smiled and said, it's okay. Actually, he knew deep down that it wasn't because he was smart. There were many auctions like this in his past life. Even if he hadn't seen it himself, he'd heard of it many times. Very quickly, others followed suit. Others began to follow Lei Xingfeng's auctions, but the results weren't very good. After a few people finished their auctions, Lei Xingfeng still didn't see what he wanted. However, he still liked this kind of occasion. It allowed him to broaden his horizons. There were many things he hadn't seen before. From time to time, he'd ask Xian Zhaoluan or Big Teeth Jean about them. He enjoyed it. At this time, an old man walked up and said, "Big Furry Cat, 9th Ring Sage. This is a star python record." This is a star python record from ancient times. It records the trick of condensing a lightning strike for the lightning attribute. It is a very interesting star python record. If there is someone whose junior is a low-level lightning attribute cultivator, this thing would be a very good gift. Lei Xingfeng's eyes lit up. This was something he urgently needed right now. It was something that could only be found by chance. He whispered, "How can something like this exist?" Someone shouted, "What's this? Who would want something like this?" "Yeah, this kind of low-level thing, don't take it out." The old man's face reddened. He said, "This thing isn't bad, right? I'll trade it for 5 yin rings. Who wants it?" Everyone was silent. After all, most of them were 9th ring experts. No one would spend money on a 6th ring sage's technique to condense seals, even if it was a very rare technique. This was because it was useless to them. Yin rings were needed by 9th ring sages, so who would spend 5 yin rings to exchange for it? However, there was still Lei Xingfeng here. He had 5 true ring bodies. Once he advanced, he would need to condense his own Lei Yin. Although he had the Lei Yin given to him by Elder Thunderstorm, it was someone else's Lei Yin. Therefore, when Lei Xingfeng heard about this good thing, he was determined to get it. "I'll pay 5 yin rings." Lei Xingfeng stood up. Everyone looked at Lei Xingfeng and immediately understood. Everyone cursed Big Mao in their hearts. This guy was targeting Lei Xingfeng. A smile appeared on Big Mao's face. This star python record was something he had obtained a long time ago and was of no use to him. Just now when Xian Feng was on the stage, he had clearly seen that this little fellow had 5 true ring bodies and was of the rare lightning attribute. Thus, he thought of his own star python record and decided to extort some money from Xian Feng. With this star python record, it wasn't worth a single yin ring. It would be good enough if it could be traded for a few dozen Luan rings. Big Mao directly asked for 5 yin rings. As expected, Lei Xingfeng stood up to trade. He was extremely happy. Rings were extremely important to a ninth ring sage. It was extremely difficult for him to get a single ring. He didn't think that a useless star python record could be traded for 5 rings. Big Mao was all smiles as he took the 5 rings back. Everyone couldn't help but admire this guy's foresight. Lei Xingfeng didn't think that he had lost out. After confirming the records in the star python record, he went back with a smile. He was so happy that his heart was beating wildly. This kind of thing was more important than anything else. Chapter 166. Another old man walked up. He glanced at Lei Xingfeng and smiled. I have a chaos wheel, a lightning-type weapon. Hee little guy, do you have any more purple crystals? If you do, you can trade for them. The crowd was in an uproar. There were actually 2 people who wanted to trade with Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng stood up and smiled. Senior, can you introduce this chaos wheel? The old man said, everyone knows that before becoming a monarch, whether it's a first ring sage or a ninth ring sage, most people don't have a weapon. Even if they do, it's hard to find a suitable weapon because there are no true weapon makers below the 9th ring level. The Chaos Wheel in my hand is a lightning-type weapon. With a 6th ring sage and Lei Yin, this weapon will be very useful. Little guy, if you have this weapon, you can challenge those above your level without any problems. He continued, and this weapon also has a temptation that you can't resist. You can use it until you become a 9th ring sage. By then, this weapon will still be very useful. Lei Xingfeng was secretly happy. How many purple crystals do you want? But let me remind you, I don't have many left. I still have some left for my elders. The old man smiled. I don't want much, just 10. Lei Xingfeng smiled bitterly. That's too high, 5 at most, the old man said. Too little, 9. The 2 of them started to bargain. The crowd was speechless. Finally, the 2 of them reached a deal. 7 purple crystals were exchanged for the old man's chaos wheel weapon. Lei Xingfeng happily ran to the side of the stage and exchanged with the old man. Lei Xingfeng took the chaos wheel back to his seat and grinned happily. He didn't expect to gain so much. He always believed that the best was better than anything else. When Lei Xingfeng sat down, he realized that this old man was definitely a monarch because he didn't sign up at all. Generally speaking, those who didn't sign up were most likely monarchs. They only came here to collect things that interested them and didn't care about anything else. Sure enough, as soon as Lei Xingfeng sat down, Xian Zhaoluan whispered, Damn, I'm sweating. This is a monarch. You really dare to bargain. Lei Xingfeng was a little slow. He whispered, Sigh, I didn't expect, Xian Zhaoluan said, but don't worry, I was just afraid that you wouldn't agree to the exchange and offend him. Since he agreed, then it's fine. With their status, if they agree to the exchange, there won't be any problems. Lei Xingfeng played with the chaos wheel. This thing wasn't big, not more than 30 centimeters in diameter. It was flat and round, and gradually shrank into a sharp blade. Lei Xingfeng gently pressed the center of the chaos wheel, and there was a slight cracking sound. The chaos wheel actually split into 3 chaos wheels. It looked like the chaos wheel was made up of 3 layers. This thing wasn't a weapon, but a set of 3. Xian Zhaoluan was surprised. Damn, this is a set of weapons. Afeng, you've struck gold. Lei Xingfeng couldn't wait to leave so he could test the power of this weapon. He said, if only I could try it. Jean Dia also had a lot of purple crystals. Seeing Lei Xingfeng exchange for so many rings, he couldn't help but regret letting Lei Xingfeng get first. Plus, the quality of the purple crystals he got was far inferior to Lei Xingfeng's. Seeing the cultivators walk up the stage one by one, Jean Dia finally gritted his teeth and went up. He was counting on the purple crystals he got this time to exchange for a certain amount of rings. Jean Dia, 9th ring sage. I have some purple crystals here, but they aren't of the highest quality. I'll exchange them for some rings, nothing else. As Jean Dia spoke, he put the purple crystals he collected on the stage. There were purple crystals of all sizes. The largest was the size of a finger, and the smallest was the size of a grain of sand. Someone said, "Hey, how many rings do you want? Give me a number." Jean Dia hesitated. He originally wanted to use Lei Xingfeng's method of auctioning and start with one ring, but he was worried about losing it. Thinking about the low quality of his purple crystals, he didn't dare to take such a risk. He said, 20 purple crystals, all of them." Lei Xingfeng couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. This kind of exchange with no confidence was impossible to get a satisfactory number of rings. As expected, no one answered him. Jean Dia was clearly getting impatient. He said, 19 rings, all of them. No one wants them? 18. Someone took advantage of the situation and said, 5 rings for all of them. Jean Dia's forehead was covered in sweat. He shook his head. That's too little. At least 10, 15. Lei Xingfeng whispered, he's going to lose. Xian Zhaoluan couldn't help but shake his head. He said, he's too impatient. Someone said, 6. Jean Dia's eyes were filled with despair. He saw the mocking smiles on the faces of many people. He panicked. He cared too much. Xian Zhaoluan said, "A Feng, help him. It's not easy for Big Tooth." Lei Xingfeng hesitated, but still stood up. He walked to Jean Dia's side and said, "Big brother Jean, let me do it." Jean Dia let out a sigh of relief. He was about to die of frustration. He said, all right. I'm sorry, everyone. Leave these purple crystals to my brother." He took a step back and gave his place to Lei Xingfeng. Lei Xingfeng said calmly, "All right, everyone. My brother is a little shy. So I'll do it." Immediately there was a burst of laughter. After a joke, Lei Xingfeng said, "Just now, someone called for 6 rings. Is there anyone else who wants to bid higher?" The crowd was silent. Jean Dia began to sweat again. Lei Xingfeng laughed. "If there's no one else, then congratulations to this friend. You will receive this pile of purple crystals. Haha, although these aren't the highest quality, they're still very rare. The quantity? There's quite a lot. At the very least, the value is about the same as 5 highest quality purple crystals. 6 rings for 5 highest quality purple crystals. Haha, this is a great deal. I'm going to bid 2. 7 rings. Big brother Jean, let me have it." There was another burst of laughter. Jean Dia wiped his sweat and said, "You handle it." Although he was very slow, he wasn't an idiot. If he was, he wouldn't have been able to reach 9th ring. Lei Xingfeng said, "All right, I'll bid 7. Who else? If no one else bids, these purple crystals are all mine." He was taking advantage of a loophole. He knew that the people here didn't understand the auction methods he used in his previous life. As the host of the auction, he definitely wasn't allowed to bid. He didn't care about this and directly made a bid. Humans were strange. If no one competed, then no matter how good an item was, it was still trash. If someone competed, then even trash could be sold for a high price. Someone called out, 8. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. He knew that with this start, the rest would be easy. Then, under Jean Dia's dumbfounded gaze, round after round of bidding began. It was only when the price reached 30 rings that the bidding slowed down. Jean Dia was so excited that his face was flushed red. He still couldn't understand why no one bid when he only wanted 20 rings. But when Lei Xingfeng came up, someone had already bid 33 rings. It was unbelievable. The final price stopped at 38 rings. After all, this pile of purple crystals wasn't the highest quality. This price was already overestimated. Jean Dia held the 38 rings in his hand, feeling a little surreal. He was dragged back to his seat by Lei Xingfeng, grinning from ear to ear. He looked like a mouse that had fallen into a rice bowl. After a while, Jean Dia finally reacted. He said, "Brother. From now on, you're my brother. If there's anything you need, as long as you find me, I won't refuse." Xian Zhaoluan laughed. "A Feng, you'll have an expert helping you from now on." He, a ninth ring sage. Maybe it's not rare here, but back where we come from, you'll be an expert that can't come. Lei Xingfeng smiled. "Then I'll thank you in advance, Brother Jean." Xian Zhaoluan laughed. "Big Tooth, it's too hard for you. Why don't you come help A Feng? You're more than qualified to be a guard." Jean Dia shook his head. "Forget it, I prefer to be alone. You know, I don't like to be restrained, and I'm not good at socializing with people." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Big Tooth, you don't understand. If you can enter the hidden door, you won't have to worry about rings anymore. It's better than begging your grandparents. How much did you spend just to come to Hanya Castle? You can't stay here forever. If you want to go back, you'll have to spend a lot of money again. It's too tiring." Jean Dia was silent. After a while he sighed. "I'll think about it, Sai," Mad Eagle said. "If you come, you can be a Feng's guard. You'll be treated like the first, He wasn't jealous. Even if Lei Xingfeng couldn't become a monarch, he could still form his own faction. Of course, the stronger he was, the more benefits he would get. Lei Xingfeng said, "Uncle Ing, let Brother Jean think about it." Jean Dia rolled his eyes and said, "You should call me Uncle Jean. I'm older than Mad Eagle." Lei Xingfeng raised his hands in surrender. Okay, call me Uncle Jean." "Uncle Jean, is that okay?" Jean Dia was satisfied. "That's more like it." The auction ended quickly. Xian Zhaoluan left with everyone. The one with the biggest gains this time was Lei Xingfeng, followed by Jean Dia. The others had limited gains. Xian Zhaoluan didn't plan on auctioning off the purple crystals. For one, Lei Xingfeng and Jean Dia had already sold a lot. If he sold it again, it would be hard for him to get a high price. Secondly, he didn't want to sell it at all. This kind of thing was too far away for Lei Xingfeng, and he was already preparing to become a monarch. Whether he succeeded or not, collecting and storing materials was something he had to do. Lei Xingfeng returned to his room and immediately took out the Chaos Wheel to study. With his knowledge, even ninth ring sages rarely had exclusive weapons, especially weapons that matched their attribute. It wasn't that they didn't want to use exclusive weapons, but that exclusive weapons were too hard to get. Even people from the hidden door had a hard time getting one. Chapter 167. Separating and combining the Chaos Wheel. The three-layered structure made Xian Feng study it for half a day. In the end, he sighed deeply and kept the Chaos Wheel, as he hadn't reached the sixth true ring body yet. This thing required Enli to activate, and the strength he possessed now was still Luan Enli. He was only a step away from being able to use it, but this step made him unable to test it. Lei Xingfeng took out the Star Python record he got from the auction and started studying it. The Star Python record recorded an ancient method to condense Lei Yin. If Lei Xingfeng followed the normal method, as long as he converted Luan Enli to Enli, it would naturally condense into a seal. This Lei Yin was very ordinary. Old Man Thunderstorm condensed a similar Lei Yin. When his cultivation faded, this Lei Yin appeared and was given to Lei Xingfeng to build the foundation. After Old Man Thunderstorm recultivated, he condensed a new Lei Yin. It was still the ordinary Lei Yin. However, the Lei Yin recorded in the Star Python record was different. This should be the ancient Lei Yin method. It needed many steps and was very strict. However, once condensed into a Lei Yin, it would have endless uses. This Star Python record recorded the entire process of this method, the materials needed, and all kinds of strict requirements. Lei Xingfeng compared it to himself. He quickly found that he could use this method to condense a Lei Yin. However, he still lacked some materials. There were some that he hadn't even heard of before. He needed to ask his senior brother and master. After reading it a few times, Lei Xingfeng had basically memorized the record. After repeating it a few times, Lei Xingfeng imprinted the entire method in his mind. Only then did he stop. Closing his eyes and thinking for a long time, Lei Xingfeng was very emotional. Even if he obtained this strange method, he couldn't use it immediately. He still needed a lot of preparation. He began to search for materials in his hidden Luan space. After putting many materials in, he didn't bother with them anymore. It would take a lot of time to organize them. It was still raging outside. On the charcoal stove there was a pot of bull beef. There were many dried vegetables and mushrooms. There was also a small piece of ice beast meat. This piece of ice beast meat was used for seasoning. It was said that any dish, as long as a small piece of ice beast meat was added, the taste would become very delicious. It could also increase the fragrance. Therefore, the room was filled with the rich smell of meat. 4 people like Lei Xingfeng who couldn't starve, sitting around the stove and cooking his favorite meat dishes in the cold weather was a great enjoyment. Closing his eyes and focusing all his attention on his hidden Luan space, Lei Xingfeng slowly organized. Suddenly, Lei Xingfeng was attracted by a bone. It was a bone he obtained from the ancient hidden Luan space. At first, he thought it was a good thing, but later on, he gradually forgot that this bone could be used. Lei Xingfeng found out that this was a usable material and one of the main materials. This made him very happy. As he organized, Lei Xingfeng found 7 more materials that could be used to condense Lei Yin. They were all collected or gathered by himself. For example, red gold was one of them. The other 3 were all obtained from the ancient hidden Luan space. No wonder there were so many cultivators fighting for the treasures in the ancient hidden Luan space. After careful calculation, he was still missing 8 materials. There were 3 that he didn't know about, and 5 that he should be able to find a way to get. After gathering all the materials together, Lei Xingfeng opened his eyes. Accumulating as much Luan Yinli as possible and purifying it as much as possible. Once it reached a certain level, quantity would become quality, and he would be able to advance to the 6th ring true body. This was a hurdle that many cultivators were stuck at. However, Lei Xingfeng didn't have this problem. His problem was that once he advanced, he would need to condense Lei Yin with his own characteristic. If it was a normal lightning attribute, like Ah Yi, then he wouldn't need to prepare. But with this star python record, Lei Xingfeng didn't dare to mess around. This method of condensing a lightning stamp required an extremely strict process and a lot of preparation. However, once it was successfully condensed, it would be extremely powerful. In fact, cultivators of any attribute could condense stamps when they reached the 6th ring sage body. There were only a few types of stamps that were extremely useful in battle, such as the fire stamp, light stamp, dark stamp, and ice stamp. There were other types of stamps that focused on other attributes, such as the earth stamp and gold stamp, which focused on defense. As for the wood stamp, there was the green stamp, which focused on healing. After Lei Xingfeng finished organizing everything, he felt hungry. This place was extremely cold, and it was easy to feel hungry. His consumption was also extremely fast. He took out 2 large pieces of flatbread. He had prepared a lot of these. He tore them into pieces and soaked them in the thick soup in the copper pot, turning them into a large bowl of delicious food. It was convenient and could fill his stomach quickly. He ate with big mouthfuls and soon finished the large bowl. There were still many dishes in the copper pot. He added some meat, dried vegetables, mushrooms, and some water, and continued to cook. As soon as they finished eating, Feng Ying and Shihu rushed in. The 2 of them were shivering. Feng Ying complained, "Motherf *Ker, this place isn't a place for humans to live. I'm going to freeze to death, just from coming in from next door." Tiger Love shivered for a while before he recovered. He said, "Yeah, this place is too evil. It's cold to the bone. If we go out into the wilderness again, we probably won't be able to come back. We'll freeze to death outside. Fortunately, we don't have to go out for now." Mad Eagle said, "Tweezy and Mad Axe are here. They plan to help us build a circular corridor in the room to connect everyone's rooms. I heard that during the coldest time here, we can't go out at all. If we go out, we have to activate all the defenses. Otherwise, we'll freeze to death in a few breaths. Lei Xingfeng was secretly surprised. He said, "Only a few breaths?" He estimated that the temperature would probably reach absolute zero. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Mad Eagle said, "Yes, that's what they said. Of course, it's only for a few days. As long as we don't go out, there won't be too much of a problem. With our cultivation, we can withstand it." Tiger Love was already sitting in front of the large copper pot. He smiled and said, "We came just in time. I'm hungry too." "This place makes you hungry too quickly," Lei Xingfeng said. "I just added meat and dried vegetables. It'll be a while before we can eat." Tiger Love couldn't care less. A slender knife appeared in his hand. He stabbed it directly into the cooked meat, picked it up, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Mad Eagle couldn't help but take out a knife and stabbed a piece of meat. He ate it in big mouthfuls. Lei Xingfeng took out 2 pieces of flatbread and said, "Here." Mad Eagle said, "Put it on the charcoal fire and roast it." Lei Xingfeng put the flatbread on the charcoal fire. In just a few seconds, the flatbread emitted a charred smell. Mad Eagle turned the flatbread over and said with a smile, "Actually, I like to eat charred flatbread. Haha, especially when it's mixed with thick soup. It's delicious." Xian Zhaoluan and Jean Dia came in. The two of them were also trembling. They didn't feel better until they sat down. Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, "Why are you all here?" "Haha." Jean Dia said, "The food you cook is delicious. I've eaten it a few times. It's really delicious. So when it's time to eat, I can't help but want to come over." "Why? You can't bear to let me have a bite?" Lei Xingfeng said with a smile, "Of course not. Just come and eat. I can still afford to entertain you all." Xian Zhaoluan said, "In Hanya Castle, the most important thing is to eat. Also, we need a room to avoid the cold. It's going to be extremely cold soon. We need to prepare a little. Otherwise, we'll definitely freeze to death." Jean Dia said, "We still have 10 days to prepare. It's okay. Chweezy and Futu will come later. They'll help us build a circular corridor. Even during the coldest days, everyone can visit each other. We don't need to seal the door." Lei Xingfeng didn't understand. He asked, "What do you mean by sealing the door?" Xian Zhaoluan explained, "Sealing the door means that during the coldest days, we'll completely seal the entrance and exit of the room, leaving only a few ventilation holes." Lei Xingfeng said with a bitter smile, "So powerful." He started to take it seriously. If the door was to be sealed, one could imagine how cold it would be. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Of course it's powerful. There was once a 9th ring sage who froze to death because he didn't seal the door. Even if he burned a charcoal basin, it was useless." Jean Dia said, "Actually, that person was careless. He didn't seal the door, nor did he cultivate. He wrapped himself in fur and slept. Who knew that the cold would come at night and extinguish the charcoal in an instant? He was completely frozen without realizing it. You should know that during the coldest days, no one would visit each other. A few days later, when the coldest days passed, he was discovered and could no longer be saved." Lei Xingfeng clicked his tongue. Holy shit, a 9th ring sage, even an expert like that can freeze to death. That's 2F** king scary. He knew that he was far from being a 9th ring sage. If he was careless, even a 9th ring sage could freeze to death. Then he would really be in danger. He had to be well prepared. Xian Zhaoluan said, "Afeng, don't be nervous. As long as we're prepared, the coldest days won't be a threat to us. Chweezy and Futu have already helped me build a corridor outside the door to connect our rooms. When the time comes, we just have to seal the door." Jean Dia said as he ate, "You'd better cook another pot. They'll be here soon. These 2 guys can eat more than us." Lei Xingfeng agreed with a smile. He was very easygoing and didn't have any conflicting emotions. To him, cooking wasn't a burden, but a way to adjust his life. He reignited a charcoal basin and placed a large copper pot on it. Cooking a pot of stew didn't require any skills. He just added water and ingredient. When the time came, it would naturally be ready to eat. It was simple and convenient. Xian Zhaoluan said with a smile, "Big Tooth, you talk to a phone." Lei Xingfeng said, "What is it?" Jean Dia said, "I've decided. I'll be your guard. Haha, I'm getting old. I still need to find a place to retire." Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. A ninth ring sage was an amazing existence even in the hidden sect. Even as a guard, they had a very high status, especially when their master was still growing. They had more power and status. Of course, they could also be of great help to their master. Whether it was collecting supplies or fighting, they were definitely the best assistants. "That's great. Uncle Jean will help me. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you." Jean Dia laughed bitterly. "It's too difficult to get some rings. I don't ask for anything else. I just want a stable way to get them." Lei Xingfeng said, "Don't worry. From now on, Uncle Jin's rings will be my business." Jean Dia stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Master." Lei Xingfeng also stood up and bowed. "Uncle Jean, I'll have to trouble you from now on." The two had officially established their relationship. Lei Xingfeng asked Jean Dia to sit down. "Uncle Jean, you don't have to call me Master from now on. Just call me a phone." Jean Dia laughed. "I know you're not particular. You have to call me Master for the first time. Haha, I'll call you a phone from now on." Lei Xingfeng nodded. "Uncle Ing and Uncle Tiger are now my chief guards. From now on, all three of you will be chief guards." He didn't give Jean Dia the title of chief guard. Jean Dia understood this, as did Mad Eagle and Tiger Love. After all, he had just joined Lei Xingfeng's team. It was impossible to give him the highest position right from the start. Mad Eagle laughed. "Brother Jean, what made you think it through?" Jean Dia smiled bitterly and said, "I'm tired. Moreover, I'm clumsy with words. I don't know how much I've suffered in the past. This auction has finally made me understand how much of a disadvantage my personality is. So after thinking about it, I think it's better to find a backer." Xian Zhaoluan laughed. "Don't underestimate Big Teeth. He used to be an ancestor-level senior of a large sect." Jean Dia waved his hand. "It's not worth mentioning. He left long ago and doesn't plan to go back." Xian Zhaoluan said, "Most of the ancestor-level cultivators of large sects will leave the sect and find their own way out." Jean Dia said, "It can't be helped. In the sect, it's very difficult for people at our level to improve. Back then, I was a 7th ring sage. If I didn't leave the sect, I wouldn't have been able to advance to 9th ring. Now, I've advanced to 9th ring, but I have nowhere to go. I can only eat and wait for death. It's not a bad choice to have a secret sect." In fact, he had this idea long ago, but he couldn't find a suitable one. Therefore, when Xian Zhaoluan helped to recruit Lei Xingfeng, he thought about it for a while and agreed. This was an opportunity for Lei Xingfeng, but it was also an opportunity for him. Chapter 168. Being able to take Jean Dia as a guard was a pleasant surprise for Lei Xingfeng. This kind of master was hard to come by even within the hidden sect. In the beginning, only 2 of his guards were 8th ring sages. The others were much weaker, so he needed to slowly train them. Back then, the strongest of Miao Ling's guards was Hong Jie, who was also 8th ring sages. Later on, she relied on Miao Ling's rings to reach 9th ring. Therefore, the guards of the hidden sect disciples, as long as they were 9th ring sages, they were all trained by themselves. With the help of the sect and a certain amount of rings, they could become 9th ring sages. Chuizi and Kuang Fu also rushed into the room. The 2 of them were also shivering from the cold. When they saw the copper pot stewing on the brazier, their eyes lit up. Eat, haha, there's good food, tt, Chweezy stuttered, his teeth chattering nonstop. Lei Xingfeng asked curiously, Chweezy, you get this cold too? Kuang Fu said, nonsense, although we're not afraid of the cold, but we still shiver from the cold, Chweezy said. That's right, quick, give us a basin, drink some soup first, it's too cold. Xianfeng took out 2 large basins and directly lifted the large copper pot, pouring the soup and vegetables into the 2 basins as he spoke. Eat some first. The 2 of them hugged the big basins. The boiling soup immediately calmed them down, and they buried their heads in it. After a while, Chweezy said, the frame is already set up, we just need to pour water on it. Kuang Fu said, there's already a lot of ice in the frame. As long as we pour water on it, it will freeze. Lei Xingfeng knew that it was easy to build a house here. Just set up a metal frame and add some ice. As long as you pour water on it, it will freeze immediately. All the cracks will be filled up and a wall will be formed. This was a unique method of building houses here. After Chweezy and Kuang Fu finished eating, Xian Jiaoluan said, all right, let's go water the plants. This requires a bit of skill. Everyone should have collected quite a bit of water in the hidden Luan space, right? Lei Xingfeng must have collected a lot of water. He always understood one thing, although water seemed to be everywhere, once there was a lack of water, it would be fatal. Hence, in his hidden Luan space, he always kept a large amount of clean water. This was common knowledge for cultivators. Any cultivator, especially those who had reached the Taoist level, would store large amounts of water in their hidden Luan space. Lei Xingfeng said, yes, I have a lot of water. Xian Jiaoluan nodded. Let's go out and move the clear water from the hidden Luan space to finish the corridor outside. Lei Xingfeng started to wear a thick coat, wrapping himself up. He wasn't stupid. Seeing Chweezy and Kuang Fu shivering in the cold, he knew how cold it was outside. Xian Jiaoluan said, if you feel too cold, go back to your room to warm up. Don't force yourself. We'll take turns going out. There's no need to go together. I'll go first, then Big Teeth, Old Eagle, Tiger, you guys follow behind. A phone will be the last to come. At that time, it should be almost done. You just need to fix it. Everyone agreed, and Xian Jiaoluan walked out of the room. About 20 minutes later, Xian Jiaoluan came back, shivering. Jean Dia went out. He lasted much less time than Xian Jiaoluan, coming back in 10 minutes. Then it was Mad Eagle and Tiger Love. When Tiger Love came back, he said, it's basically done. And I've fixed most of the holes. A phone can go check it out. Xian Jiaoluan said, I've recovered. I'll go with a phone to check it out. Chweezy and Kuang Fu also went out. Lei Xingfeng stepped out of the room and saw an ice wall in front of him. It was a 2-meter-wide walkway sealed with ice walls. It was built around the house, connecting all the rooms together. Because it was sealed, there wasn't much wind in the walkway. As long as there was no wind, it wouldn't be too cold. Lei Xingfeng only needed to find a place with wind and water to seal it completely. This was an easy job. After going back and forth a few times, the walkway was completely repaired. Through the ice wall, they could see the snowstorm outside. The snow on the ground couldn't be collected at all. Before it fell to the ground, it was swept up into the sky by the wind. There were no doors in the walkway, which meant that the building was sealed. Xian Jiaoluan even went to Miao Ling's room to tell her that he knew. Lei Xingfeng also walked into Miao Ling's room. He only took one look and couldn't help but be happy. There were 4 braziers, front, back, left and right. Miao Ling was sitting in the middle. In the big pile of fur, only her head was exposed. There was a big fur hat on her head. Even so, she was still shivering. When she saw Xian Jiaoluan and Lei Xingfeng come in, she said, Cold, senior brother, it's so cold, Lei Xingfeng said. 8th senior sister, there's a walkway outside. It shouldn't be too cold. Miao Ling said, it's still cold. I regret it so much. I shouldn't have come. Xian Jiaoluan said, it'll be fine after this period of time. Hanya Castle is the coldest during this period of time. It'll be much better after that. Lei Xingfeng said, with this walkway the room will be much warmer. Even if it's the coldest days, we'll probably be able to survive. If it's really not possible, we'll send 8th senior sister to the underground. Xian Zhaoluan said, the underground location has already been decided by someone. Before we came, there's no way we could get there. Miao Ling said, Hong's sister will come later. She'll help me start another fire. 2 braziers. Xian Zhaoluan said, don't block the ventilation. You're burning too much coal. Miao Ling said, Hong's sister added 2 more ventilation pipes. It shouldn't be a problem. Xian Zhaoluan said, wait for Hong's sister to come. During this period of time, let Hong's sister accompany you. Also, if there's any danger, immediately move to another room. After the walkway is built, you don't have to worry about coming to our room. Don't force yourself. He was the senior brother. He had the responsibility to bring his junior brother and sister back safely. Miao Ling said, I know, senior brother. Don't worry, I'll always be with Hong's sister. Xian Zhaoluan stood up and said, that's good. Also, during the coldest days, we'll gather everyone together. Those are the most dangerous days, but it's also the best time to cultivate. After bringing Lei Xingfeng back, Xian Zhaoluan said, Feng, during this period of time, although you can't go out and it's freezing, but this period of time can be said to be the golden period. Because this is the best time to cultivate. This is also the reason why so many high-level cultivators don't want to leave. You have to use this time to cultivate and strive to reach 6th ring. And, with your talent, it shouldn't be a problem. Lei Xingfeng came to the brazier and sat down. He sighed and said, Senior brother, I've been cultivating for the past few days. I can feel it. It's indeed faster than usual, but I still can't advance. It's not that I can't advance, it's that I can't advance. Xian Zhaoluan asked curiously, why? Lei Xingfeng said, do you still remember the star python record I got at the auction? It's an ancient cultivator's method to condense Lei Yin. It's very magical and requires a lot of materials. I haven't found a few of them yet. The most troublesome thing is that I don't know what the 3 materials are. Xian Zhaoluan said, there's such a thing? So this Lei Yin's power is different? He reacted quickly and immediately understood why Lei Xingfeng didn't want to advance immediately. Xian Feng nodded. That's right, if I had leveled up normally, I would have been able to do it after the auction, but I forcefully suppressed it. If I were to level up now, it would be a huge loss for me. Xian Zhaoluan said, what materials are you missing? Lei Xingfeng wrote a list and handed it to Xian Zhaoluan and said, Senior brother, take a look. He looked at Xian Zhaoluan expectantly. If he could help him, it would save him a lot of time and effort. Xian Zhaoluan took the list and checked it. There were a total of 8 materials. He smiled and said, I have all of them. 2 of them are too precious. Even I don't have much stock. These 2 materials, how many do you want? Lei Xingfeng glanced at the 2 materials that Xian Zhaoluan marked. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, not much, no more than 2 pounds of each. This one only needs 1.5 pounds. Xian Zhaoluan said, is that so? Okay, I'll let you use it first. But you have to find a way to get it for me later. He knew that Lei Xingfeng was in a hurry to use it. He could spare some for the time being. After all, these materials could only be used after he advanced. Even if he kept them in his hands, they wouldn't be of much use. It was better to let Lei Xingfeng use them in an emergency. Lei Xingfeng was overjoyed. He said, thank you, senior brother. He owed him a big favor. Xian Zhaoluan carefully took out 8 materials and handed them to Lei Xingfeng according to his need. Lei Xingfeng didn't expect Xian Zhaoluan to have so many kinds of materials. He asked curiously, Senior brother, how many materials did you collect? Xian Zhaoluan smiled and said, I spent more than 30 years collecting materials. If not 1,000 kinds, I have at least 800 or 900 kinds. A phone, when we were enlightened masters, we didn't need too many materials. But once we advanced to monarch, the consumption of materials would be frightening. You've just entered the sect and don't have any missions. When you reach 7th or 8th ring, Master will give you a mission to collect materials. At that time, you can take this opportunity to accumulate materials. Lei Xingfeng said, Master will give the order to collect materials? Xian Zhaoluan smiled and said, A Feng, Master doesn't have the obligation to keep giving without giving anything in return. He has accepted you as his disciple. When you grow to a certain extent, you will have to repay Master. This is beneficial to both sides. Lei Xingfeng said, With Master's level, how can he not collect enough materials? Chapter 169. Xian Zhaoluan shook his head. A person's energy is limited, and the distribution of materials is too vast. Some places are not suitable for monarchs, so disciples have to search for them. Once you reach the monarch realm, the competition is even more brutal. It's not something we true masters can imagine. Lei Xingfeng nodded. All right, I hope I can help Master in the future, he. He was grateful to Gucci. If it wasn't for his master, he wouldn't have thought of the existence of the hidden door and the hidden space. Xian Zhaoluan said, Actually, it's a good thing that Master ordered us to collect materials. Because you don't know where to find good materials. Only Master and the others can get the information. I used more than 30 years to go to many places. Master only needs to give you a certain amount of materials, and you can collect the rest. Lei Xingfeng said, Senior brother, does Master still give you the order to collect materials? Xian Zhaoluan said, There's no need. My mission has been completed long ago. Moreover, I'm now a 9th ring true master, and I'm starting to break through to the monarch realm. The materials I collect now are all for myself. For example, this time I collected Bia silk. But I didn't expect to get purple crystals too. Even Master wants them. Lei Xingfeng said, I understand. I'll fight for such opportunities in the future. Actually, I like mining and collecting materials. Xian Zhaoluan said, I found that you have a talent for mining. Just like purple crystals, all of us added together can't be as good as you. I find it strange. We can even fly and directly go above the lava to collect purple crystals, but we still can't get as many as you. Lei Xingfeng secretly laughed. He didn't know why, but he seemed to be able to see signs that others couldn't. For example, purple crystals would emit a purple glow in the lava, but other than him, no one else could see it. I'm just lucky. Lei Xingfeng couldn't explain it. He had asked Mad Eagle and Tiger Love in private before, but they didn't see any light at all. He thought about it and decided not to say anything more. There was a special skill that would definitely give him a huge advantage in his future cultivation. After getting the materials, Lei Xingfeng didn't want to chat anymore. He said, Senior brother, I'm going to start cultivating and refining the materials. Xian Zhaoluan smiled and said, It's fine. You can cultivate and refine as much as you want. I'll stay here and guard you. Lei Xingfeng was very grateful. He said, Won't this affect senior brother's cultivation? Xian Zhaoluan said, I don't mind cultivating for a few days. Lei Xingfeng nodded and said, All right, I'll leave this place to senior brother to guard. He sat in a corner and began to refine the materials. The materials needed to refine Lei Yin were mostly metal materials, with a small portion being bone materials and a type of liquid. No matter what the material was, it had to be carefully extracted. Lei Xingfeng only had one way to extract it. His only method was to extract it with lightning. Lei Xingfeng took out the red gold. Even if this thing was used up, he still had a chance to dig it out. The other materials were hard to come by, so he had to test it out. Using lightning to extract materials was a method used by lightning-type cultivators. Before becoming a monarch, it was also the only method. The red gold was placed on a wooden plate. Lei Xingfeng shot out a long electric arc from his hands and hit the red gold directly. In an instant, a crackling sound was heard and wisps of green smoke rose. Lei Xingfeng patiently used the electric arc to refine the red gold. Xian Zhaoluan sat not far away. He was very surprised to see Lei Xingfeng's hands shooting out electric arcs. He also had his own methods of purifying materials, but this was the first time he had seen such a method. It was very novel, but he did not know how effective this method would be. The electric arc jump. Xian Zhaoluan was surprised to find that the red gold was slowly melting and gradually condensing together. However, the wooden plate emitted a burnt smell. After a while, Lei Xingfeng suddenly stopped. He sighed and said, "A wooden plate, it won't work. I don't even dare to increase the electric arc psi. The wooden plate is going to burn." Metal was conductive, so he could not use a metal plate. This made Lei Xingfeng feel a little helpless. Lei Xingfeng looked up and said, "Senior brother, do you have any suggestions?" "I don't have a suitable plate." Xian Zhaoluan said, "It's very simple. Find a large bone of a thunder beast and make a plate." Xian Feng slapped his own head. He was really muddle-headed. He had a few lightning beast bones, but he had always felt that they weren't of much use and had thrown them into a corner of his hidden Luan space. He didn't think that they could be used here. He spoke, "I have some lightning beast bones, and they're not bad." After finding a large thunder beast bone, Lei Xingfeng felt a headache. How should he deal with it to get a plate? Xian Zhaoluan smiled and said, "Let me help you make a plate. I still have the ability to do this." Lei Xingfeng said happily, "Thank you, senior brother." He was very curious and wanted to know how senior brother made it. In the end, he saw Xian Zhaoluan take out a carving knife and carve out a long plate. This shape was the shape of a bone. Lei Xingfeng was stunned. He said, This works too?" Xian Zhaoluan said disapprovingly, "As long as it is a plate, it will be fine. As long as it can hold materials and withstand the burning of electric arcs, isn't it fine?" Lei Xingfeng was speechless. After a while, he said, "Okay, I admit, you are right." Placing the bone plate on the wooden plate, Lei Xingfeng put in the red gold and continued refining. This time, he could increase the output without restraint. The electric arcs emitted a glaring brilliance. In a few breaths, the red gold had completely melted, and the impurities were removed bit by bit. Xian Zhaoluan could not help but sigh in his heart. This purification method was much more powerful than his. It was actually using electric arcs to purify. This was the first time he had seen it. It should be known that cultivators with the thunder attribute were very rare. Among the senior brothers, Lei Xingfeng was the only one with the thunder attribute. Soon, the purification of the red gold was completed. Lei Xingfeng put in the second material and began to purify it. At this time, Mad Eagle and Tiger Love walked into the room. Xian Zhaoluan gestured for them to sit down and whispered, "A Feng is purifying the material. Don't disturb him." Mad Eagle said in surprise, "Purifying with electric arcs?" Tiger Love said, "Isn't that so? He actually used electric arcs to purify it. I wonder how effective it is?" Xian Zhaoluan had seen Lei Xingfeng purify the red gold before. He said, "The effect is quite good. I didn't take a close look at the finished product, but after the purification, I had this feeling that the red gold was purified very well." Lei Xingfeng began to grasp the power of thunder and lightning to purify the material bit by bit. He also began to change the method, and the electric arcs were sometimes big and sometimes small. He was adjusting and looking for the best purification method. Lei Xingfeng spent 2 days to completely purify the 10 materials. Of course, this hard work was worth it. First of all, he had completely mastered the method of using thunder and lightning to purify the materials. Second, after this purification, he had a deep impression of these materials, which would be of great benefit to the next step of refining. When Lei Xingfeng finished purifying, Xian Zhaoluan left and returned to his room to cultivate. As for Mad Eagle and Tiger Love, they stayed in Lei Xingfeng's room to help guard him. Lei Xingfeng took out the Star Python record again and carefully analyzed it. He had already memorized the entire process. The reason why he took it out was because he was still worried and needed to study it again to avoid missing anything. Lei Yin originally used the first condensed Yin force to create a crystallized core existence. Relying on the seal, all of the Luan Yin force in the body was completely converted into Yin force. This was a process of advancement. According to the Star Python record, this seal was refined using materials and then absorbed into the body. After the Luan Yin force was converted, this seal could become an extremely powerful weapon. Compared to a normal seal, the two were completely different. Every step could not be wrong and he could not fail. If he failed, then Lei Xingfeng would only be able to condense a normal Lei Yin. The difference between the two was something he could not accept. Since he had obtained such a good refining method for Lei Yin, he had to succeed no matter what. According to the Star Python record, once this type of Lei Yin was successfully refined and the master advanced, it would form 3 types of attack. Its power was astonishing. This was what Lei Xingfeng was pursuing. He had not yet grasped the Chaos Wheel, but the Chaos Wheel was an external weapon after all, while Lei Yin was an internal weapon that could grow along with him. The two could not be compared. The core material of Lei Yin was the bone that Lei Xingfeng had obtained from the ancient hidden Luan space. After purification, it would form a silver-white bone about the size of an egg. All of the materials would be based on this bone. This was also why Lei Xingfeng was so confident. This bone was extremely precious, and even a monarch would be tempted. Lei Xingfeng still used lightning to refine it. On this bone, he needed to open 9 orifices, which were 9 holes, and then refine all of the materials. The distribution of the 9 orifices was strictly regulated. The distance and size were also strictly regulated. This was only the first step. There were 3 big orifices and 6 small orifices. The 3 big orifices were like a person's eyes and mouth, while the 6 small orifices were distributed on the surface of the ball. With the help of the lightning, the orifices were opened bit by bit. Xian Feng stared at the silver-white bone ball with incomparable concentration, concentrating on the refinement. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love were stunned. This was the first time they had seen such a thing being refined. They had heard of it before, but had never seen it with their own eyes. After about half a day, the crackling of the lightning finally stopped. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love only felt that their ears were suddenly clear. The whistling of the wind outside suddenly became clear. Lei Xingfeng picked up the bone ball and carefully inspected the 9 orifices. After a while, he said happily, "Success, haha, there is no mistake at all. The first step is finally complete, haha." Mad Eagle and Tiger Love immediately came to Lei Xingfeng's side. The two were extremely curious. They wanted to see what Lei Xingfeng's Lei Yin looked like. Lei Xingfeng held the round bone ball and carefully inspected it. Chapter 170. There were 3 finger-sized holes on the silver-white round bone, while the other 6 holes were much smaller. The 9 holes were arranged according to a certain pattern. Lei Xingfeng didn't understand it himself. He was only refining it according to the Star Python record. The 9 holes were connected, forming a very strange shape. The entire bone was round and delicate, and occasionally there would be arcs of electricity flashing. This bone was of the lightning attribute, so it could accept the power of lightning. This was only a half-finished product, or maybe not even a half-finished product. It was just a basic structure, but it was also the core. Once it was completed, the refining would be much easier. All kinds of materials would be added, and the design would be done meticulously. Lei Xingfeng didn't have to think too much, there was no difficulty. The most difficult part of refining this lei was finding the materials, especially the materials to construct the 9 holes. Lei Xingfeng was lucky to have found this bone. Without this bone, it would be difficult to find suitable materials. Mad Eagle and Tiger Love looked at it with interest. After a while, Mad Eagle said, "Unfortunately, I didn't encounter such a good thing when I was at the 5th ring, hee." Tiger Love said, "Even if you did, it would be difficult for you to succeed. Where would you find so many materials? Also, we've been using Luan rings and Luanine rings ever since we became sages. Now we're both using Yin rings. We can't compare to a Feng at all. Look at a Feng, he's already at the 5th ring with his own strength. He's about to reach the 6th ring. Sigh, comparisons are odious." Mad Eagle said, "Why are you complaining so much? If it weren't for the hidden door, we would have reached the 3rd or 4th ring at most. It would have been harder than ascending to the heavens. What are you complaining about?" The two were about to reach the 9th ring. With the Yin rings from Lei Xingfeng, especially the ancient Yin rings, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. This place was very suitable for cultivation, so the two were in a good mood and joked with each other. Mad Eagle handed the 9 holes to Lei Xingfeng. He said, "A Feng, do you want to rest or continue?" Lei Xingfeng said, "I'll cultivate for a bit. I used a lot just now, so I'll recover and continue." Although he was very excited and wanted to continue, he knew that he had to be in his best condition, so he had to cultivate for a bit. After cultivating for a while, Lei Xingfeng said, "Eat something, then continue." He had no choice. In this damned place he had to eat a lot or his body wouldn't be able to take it. "Of course," Feng Ying said. "It hasn't even been half a day and I'm already hungry." Jean Dia. The three of them burst into laughter. Jean Dia was confused. "I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you laughing?" Mad Eagle said, "We were talking about food when you came in." Jean Dia understood now. He said, "I still prefer a Feng's dishes, haha." Lei Xingfeng started cooking. After half a day, the 4 of them were full. Lei Xingfeng asked, "Uncle Jean, I'm going to refine something. Are you going to cultivate here or go back?" Jean Dia smiled. "From today onwards, I'm your guard. Of course I'll stay here." Lei Xingfeng didn't refuse. He nodded. "All right, then stay here." Jean Dia took out his beast skin cushion and sat down cross-legged. He sighed. Finally, someone's in charge again. Ever since he advanced to 6th ring, he was an ancestor-level expert. He was basically the one in command and had never been commanded by anyone else. Now that he was old, he actually joined a secret sect again. He felt a little disgraced in his old age. Mad Eagle smiled. "Don't worry, I'm much better than you." Jean Dia nodded. He closed his eyes and started cultivating. Lei Xingfeng started the next round of refining. After refining the red gold, its toughness was extremely strong and could be pulled out into thin thread. Thus, Xianfeng followed the records of the Star Python records and began to use a certain technique to pull out the red gold thread. The requirements for this thread were extremely high. The red gold threads that were pulled out were as thick as silk and had a continuous length of 900 meters. A total of 9 of these threads were needed. Lei Xingfeng relied entirely on Luan Yinli to refine the red gold thread bit by bit. He broke it countless times. On the 3rd day, he finally pulled out a qualified red gold thread. Fortunately, the red gold thread could be used repeatedly. Even if it broke, it could be reused. Lei Xingfeng worked for 7 days before he finished with the 9 red gold threads. Lei Xingfeng wrapped the 9 red gold threads around a steel rod that was as thin as a toothpick. He took out a bottle of liquid he got from Xian Zhaoluan. It was a liquid extracted from the body of a certain astral beast. It was an excellent insulator. He put the toothpick-like steel rod into the liquid and let the red gold threads soak in it for 10 minutes. Then he took it out to dry. Lei Xingfeng wiped his sweat. "This is torture." Mad Eagle smiled. "I'm shivering from the cold, And you're wiping your sweat, Lei Xingfeng said. It's not because I'm hot. I'm just King nervous. Sigh, this is much more difficult than refining 9 orifices. Lei Xingfeng was tormented by the continuous breaking of the red gold thread. There was even one time when the red gold thread was almost 800 meters long, but it suddenly broke. Lei Xingfeng was so angry that he almost went crazy. Without superhuman endurance, superhuman care, and superhuman rigor, it was impossible to pull out such a thin and long red gold thread. Fortunately, Lei Xingfeng went completely crazy in order to get his Lei Yin. He relied on his strong willpower and indomitable spirit to pull out 9 red gold threads. Each thread was more than 900 meters long, and 3 of them were even more than 1,000 meters long. Jin Dia opened his eyes. Done, Lei Xingfeng said. Only one of the steps is done. There are many more steps after that. It's a torturous refining process. Jin Dia said, the more you put in, the more you gain. Continue. Lei Xingfeng said, how long more? The coldest days are coming? Mad Eagle said, some more days, but we can't go out now. Everyone outside is hiding in their rooms. Even if I go out, I won't last more than 10 minutes. I'll definitely freeze. Lei Xingfeng said, then let's wait. I can still continue for a few more days and then, if they could get through the coldest days, they would have gathered as many people as possible, set up more fires, and eat more food. After a few days, there would be no danger here. Lei Xingfeng started refining Lei Yin again. The red gold thread had to be attached to the wall of the 9 orifices. This step was very difficult. It required Luan Yin energy and strong mental strength to attach the red gold thread to the wall of the 9 orifices. It wasn't as simple as attaching it, but it had to be wrapped in circles. It was so complicated that only cultivators could do it. The technique was recorded in the Star Python record. Lei Xingfeng experimented a few times and started to master it. Then, it took a long time to refine. Out of the 9 holes, 3 of them were large holes that required 6 layers of circles. Xianfeng busied himself for an entire day before he could finish pasting the first large hole, the second took half a day, and the third took 2 hours. As he got more familiar with it, his speed increased. Finally, before the coldest days arrived, Lei Xingfeng finished refining all the red gold thread into the 9 orifices. On the silver round joints, the 9 white orifices were emitting a faint red glow. It was very delicate. Occasionally, there would be arcs of electricity jumping around in the orifices. It gave people a strange feeling. Lei Xingfeng was exhausted. He kept the joints and wrapped himself in thick fur. He slept soundly. This time, he didn't even eat. Lei Xingfeng was woken up by the noise in the room. Coupled with the rumbling of his hungry stomach, he finally woke up. He saw that the room was full of people. He asked curiously, why are you all here? Chue Tu said, the coldest days are coming. After some discussion, we all came. Your room is the biggest, and the ventilation is the best. There were a total of 9 large braziers in the room. However, the air was still cold. It was as if the 9 braziers didn't have any heat. The floor of the room was covered with thick animal skins. There were even many animal skins hanging on the ice wall. Xian Zhaoluan, Xiao Dia, Jin Dia, Mad Eagle, Tiger Love, Miao Ling and the 2 female guards, Chue Tu and Kuang Fu. Including Lei Xingfeng, there were a total of 11 people in the room. Other than Chue Tu and Kuang Fu, the 2 locals, the rest were all cultivators. Even with so many people in the room and so many charcoal fires, the temperature in the room was still not high enough. Lei Xingfeng hugged a pile of fur. He rubbed his eyes and said, what should I do? Xian Zhaoluan said, you don't have to do anything. Other than eat, you just have to cultivate. You'll be fine after a few days. Actually, as long as you don't expose yourself to the outside world, the effects of cultivation will be the best. Try to cultivate as much as you can. Lei Xingfeng laughed bitterly. I can't cultivate. I'm so close to advancing. I don't even dare to cultivate. Oh right, Uncle Ing, Uncle Tiger, you two are about to advance, right? How many rings do you need? Mad Eagle said, 6 rings. If there's an ancient ring, then 1 would be enough. Tiger Love said, I need more. At least 9 rings. 10 would be safer. If there's an ancient ring, then 2 would be enough. Jean Dia's ears perked up. He said in surprise, Ancient rings? Xan Xiaoluan sighed, Lucky guy. Lei Xingfeng nodded, Yeah, I have some ancient rings. I got them from an ancient hidden Luan space. Jean Dia couldn't help but cry out, Really? Mad Eagle said, Why would a Feng lie to you? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.